Okay, let's continue on with more, more Apologies Eastern Trilogy. So, depending on how much time we have, we might be able to finish this case today. If we do finish the case today, we'll do a quick review at the end, finish the stream, and then I'll start the next one accordingly for that. If we don't, then we'll just have to see how it goes. I don't know how long it'll take, considering with, what was it called? Yesterday's stream was 8.5 hours long, and the first 6 hours of that was one case, and that didn't include everything else going forward for that too, so... let's keep going. Again, we're going to do all the voices. We may or may not finish the case today, we'll just have to see how much time we have. If we don't, then maybe tomorrow's stream or the next stream that we do will be a shorter one, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. So, this is only trial day 1. So we've done investigation day 1, and this is trial day 1, so I'm assuming there's going to be multiple investigations and multiple trial days, so let's just see how much time everything takes. Because we're still got to go through the credits, and we have other things to do as well, so we'll just, we'll have a look. Let's see how we go. Okay, now I gotta remember where we were when we finished, so I gotta wait until we get into some gameplay. And no meat residue was found. So again, I will be doing voices as well. The long shot anyway. Don't tell me you're still trying to prove this. You think the victim ate, drank, or otherwise ingested something other than coffee? Well, Mr. Justice, grab some growth. Possibility is there, I can feel it. Just maybe not prove it, not yet. Possibly isn't gonna cut it, not now. Mr. Bishop ingested that poison via a route other than that coffee. Okay, now I know where we're up to, so let me just check let me check my notes to see where we're supposed to be. Let me actually check something for a second. If I get history, it should tell me where I am, actually. Let's check. What did I press? Wait, where was it? Here we go. It was very who pulled the coffee. I think I know where I am. Oh, I see what I've done, I think. I think I pushed the wrong statement. It should be okay. It's just weird though, because I'm looking at, like, it tells you to press the 4th statement. Oh, that's what's happened, okay. I went too far ahead, so if I press the 4th statement, you get a bunch of other things, so I'm guessing that means that, so, yeah, now we're a little bit further ahead. So we want to say we can prove it and then present the frame, but I guess we still have to press the 3rd statement. Proof is possible. Gotta risk it. Excellent. See your proof then. Please show us your evidence. Evidence shows that the victim wasn't poisoned by his coffee mug. It was the tiny frame. Yeah, so I guess we're supposed to still press the 3rd statement, because I technically... it's still saying that you have to do something with that. So. I pushed the 3rd statement thinking that's what I had to do. Must I explain this over and over and over? We don't need possibilities here, Forehead. We need proof. I know that. You should also know that every proof has its moment. Perhaps you're a bit early. I can tell you what we know at this point. Victim put nothing to his mouth but that coffee cup. That coffee mug. Another hole in this case that needs plugging before I can prove anything. First things first, better uncover a weak spot before I try to strike again. On with the cross-examination. Oh, I see what we've done. Okay. We have to push the fourth statement first, and then we go back to the third statement. So when we ignore this statement here, press this one, and then press the fourth one. And then we have to go back and do that. So clearly, as though it was obvious. It's claimed that the defendant poisoned the victim is merely conjecture. Yes, well, you see, in business it's all about making the most ridiculous things sound right. Bad habit, I know. Yes, well, actually, this is more of a case of ridiculous journalist sounds wrong, end quote. Court is forced to agree with you. Please refrain from wild conjecture. Understood loud and clear. If only I could believe that. What do you think, Apollo? What you're saying seems so not flawed. Well, that's kind of what you want from a testimony, really. I need to keep my eye on what matters. How and why was Dreamsham killed? If they report the coffee, that's gonna change. If that coffee didn't kill him, we need to find what did and prove it. So now we push the fourth statement. So what we're supposed to do is, it says to ignore the statement and press the third, which we've already pressed. We've said we can't prove it, but we need to then, I guess we need to go back and do that before we finish. So yeah, we'll see how that plays out. I think that's correct anyway. Let me check something. So you press the fourth statement, then we say just one thing, and then visit the box. Alright, I think we're back on track. Just, things back on track then. Not one thing, you sure? Yep, sure as sure can be. Well, with one exception. One exception? What? Journalist Parks Marshall does interview, leaves the studio, end quote. Come on. It's a joke, get it? Not funny, I know, but still. Something leave the studio that night. Why does that sound familiar? Have I ever heard something like that before? Now that we've proven our witness is a comedian of sorts, I'd like to turn to our defense attorney before returning to the testimony. Do you have any idea what, if anything, might have left the studio tonight? Just one thing. And we want to say the, the letterbox. I think one thing might very well have left the studio that night, actually. Certain something has vanished from the crime scene. By which you mean? Something other than our witness? Of course. Don't tell me, Madame Michelle. Believe me, any comic relief I may provide is entirely unintentional. And let's see what you've got for us, Mr. Justice. Well, this thing wasn't at the scene of the crime, so I can't show it to you. But I do have evidence that shows it could have been taken from the scene. The letterbox. Take that! It's the only link between that studio and the outside world. A letterbox? Mr. Brush would just tell us. Went to the studio on the night of the murder. The victim had just finished writing a letter. Yeah, I said it. Yeah, it was true. Furthermore, he went on to tell us that he put the letter in a yellow envelope and put it in the letterbox. That very same letterbox was empty. In other words, that night the yellow envelope disappeared. Objection! Yes, intriguing. So an envelope has disappeared from the scene of the crime. Of course, this changes nothing. He has a point, Mr. Justice. What we're trying to figure out here is how the poison got into Mr. Michelle. It's really important that this envelope the witness says he saw disappeared. Well, if it did disappear, then something did leave the studio that night. Seems very important to me. Very well then, the witness will add this to his testimony. Do you think this fails to change anything, Airforehead? Don't be so sure. Let it disappear from the crime scene that night. It's exactly the opening I've been looking for. Okay, so now we go back to... was putting the post on the studio, but I hardly think that matters. Now why not ignore this statement and press this one. And then say we prove it with the... Oops. My tablet. Rushing down to Earth. Want to be really, really precise. Was it goblin mint candies all the time? Well, those candies might have been poisoned. Yet at the time of the autopsy, no fresh fragrance of meat filled the room. And no meat residue was found. It was a long shot anyway. Don't tell me you're still trying to prove this. You think the victim ate, drank, or otherwise ingested something other than coffee? Oh, Mr. Justice, you have some proof. Possibility is there, I can feel it, just maybe not prove it, not yet. Okay, we've already seen this. So we can prove it. Okay, now we did this before, but I didn't realize that it was it's the first time that the game's done that as well. You do understand that we need, yeah? Proof there, forehead, not possibilities. Of course. Let's go to Gavin, I hope you understand. I'm ready to give you that proof. Did you say? Proof of the disappearing envelope. So I'm writing a letter I did. Which was picked up by the mailman, I'm sure. Of course, which means that envelope had a stamp on it. Stamp? As we all know, stamps come with dried glue on the back. In order to use the glue, you have to wet it by licking the stamp. No one worth talking to actually lick stamps in this day and age. Objection! Even if you wanted to talk to him, you couldn't. He's dead after all. Objection! Okay, so he licked the stamp, but wait. How does that explain the extra quinine on the rim of the coffee mug? Objection! If you lick the back of a poison stamp, the poison would get on his tongue, yes? What would then happen if he put the coffee mug to his mouth? Trace on the mug what the killer's doing. It's the other way around. Coffee mug didn't poison Mr. Masham. Mr. Masham poisoned the coffee mug himself. Order! 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 That does it? Call if you would. Atraquinone is a slow-acting poison, yes? Poison entered his body when he put the stamp on that envelope. But his time wasn't up until till the very moment he touched his lips to that cup of joe. You have something to add, Mr. Brushel? Uh-oh, his nose is picking up another scent. I believe I mentioned earlier. Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. Yes, a stamp. So-called postage stamp, end quote. But you know, I don't seem to remember him ever finding one. Maybe he just ran out. Incidentally, we searched the desk drawer at the center of the crime. There were no stamps. Not a single one. That does pose a problem. How will you prove that the stamp was coated with poison? Welcome back. Hope that your source is coming along. Thank you for stopping by. Much appreciated. I'm glad no other stamps were found. Makes proving the stamp he used was poison possible. Turned out great. That's good. Good show. Good show. I even proved there was a stamp at the scene in the first place. Oh, let's hear what the defense has to say anyway. What is your evidence that proves the existence of this poison stamp? That would be the... frame.
Take that!
So I guess the other good thing with sauces and stuff is that, like, some, if they taste good already, like raw, like when you have made them fresh, and then you put it onto something and then it cooks, it then brings out even more flavor as well. So that also, that's a good way to know that if the sauce is good. Like if it tastes good raw, it's gonna probably taste good on cooked food too. I'm gonna present the red envelope, and then we want to present the profile. Okay, then we're actually doing another trial. Yeah. Okay. Envelope, then trial, then something. Worry about that later. So there's a cute little frame, and by little I mean really little. It's on the victim's desk, Your Honor. Quite empty, as you can see for yourself. You noticed that too during my inspection, so what? Apparently you weren't as observant as you should have been. See, when you saw this frame, it was missing something quite important. Missing something? It's a pale bluish stain from the inside of the frame. Atroquinine residue. Why wasn't I doing about this? Frame is only 2 inches square. The face of the frame is even smaller. Maybe an inch wide at most. You aren't seeing... But I am. Tell me, what fits in such a small frame? A commemorative stamp, perhaps? Order! 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 Poison sap was in this frame. Impossible! Prosecutor Gavin? Why would he put something like that on his desk? Don't tell me he had it there so he could commit suicide at the mood store. No, can I say something? Had a thought, see? What, Mr. Marshall? Please stop jittering around like that. Victim was a forger, right? There's a lot of money in that line of work. Forger's friends, makes enemies too, end quote. The poison stamp might have been a murder weapon aimed at him.
Objection!
Oh, rich, that's rich. Leave the ridiculous flights of fancy to the governor's song lyrics, please. Finally, something we agree on. The step was a murder weapon, nonsense. Murder is a simple business. Who would go to such lengths? No one. Oh, I disagree. Come again? Call if you would, the victim's reclusive lifestyle. Dreamersham hid from the world, he avoided meetings. His only contact with the outside world was the mail. The mail? Now, if you wanted to kill someone, couldn't meet, but you knew read letters, stamp would be the perfect weapon. Ridiculous. Where's your proof? I want proof. Show us evidence that this poison stamp was sent to him as a murder weapon. Why not have evidence, per se? Things are finally starting to come together. What is it, Apollo? It's the trembling. I know what happened. I don't believe it, but I can see it. I know how Mr. Michan was killed. Well, fill us in, Mr. Justice. Certain pieces of evidence point to the truth, Your Honor. I'll show you how someone with the intent to kill sent Mr. Michan the stamp of death. They sent it via the... Yeah, the red envelope. Because the envelope has a... Let me check, actually. I was going to say the envelope has a... This mentions about an enclosed stamp. Yeah. Because inside the actual envelope was the stamp. Isn't this the envelope? The one from 7 years ago? Think about the text of the letter again. There were 2 pages in the envelope. This is page 1. This is page 2. to draw your attention to one phrase in particular. Send it in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. The enclosed stamp, Your Honor. In other words, if I have this straight... Stamp, poison, on the stamp. They click gas, Bencoat. Now, what if he had done exactly as the letter asked? He would sign the document, put it in the envelope, put the stamp on it, right? Then he would put it into his letterbox. 15 minutes wouldn't have elapsed between affixing the stamp and mailing the letter. The clock started ticking, and when the time came, he drew his last breath. And the murder weapon would be taken away from the scene. Quite conveniently, thanks to the postal system. Such a splendid imagination you have, Airforehead. Let me confirm one thing with you, if I might. So this poison stamp was inside this envelope from 7 years ago. Yeah? Is that what you'd have us believe, really? Well, it's a little bit of a stretch, but there's a possibility. Yes, a very small possibility. How small, I wonder? Poison stamp in this envelope. Stamp that then became the murder weapon. How do you intend to prove this seeming coincidence? Well, 7 years ago, we don't even know who sent that letter. Your answer is silence. See, very well. I move to... So nice to pick on the Fraulein Club here. Wait, what? Huh? Wait, what just happened? What just happened? What actually just happened there? That was Kristoff. And then now Emma has appeared. Interesting. Oh, that was... Oh, she was impersonating him. That was... Like my Kristoff Gavin impression. Did I sound like him? I didn't realize that was an impression. I thought something was wrong. Like, quit your day job. Don't you have a grandson to be looking after, Fraulein Detective? Someone to come dig you all out of the mess you're making of this case. You know, none of this would happen if you just trusted the science a little more. Find out if that stamp was in that envelope, easy. Get to explain yourself, Fraulein Detective. Play with me all you want, but science is on my side. It's all in the residue, right? That's right, poison detection spray. Produce the red envelope at once. You can open it on the authority of the court. I guess we just go around and spray until we find what we're looking for. Oh, there it is. At least this one was easy. Whoa, would you look at that? I am mistaken it. It's such a quinine residue. I don't believe it. Motor weapon from the past? 7 years later, it bears its fangs at last.
Objection!
Absolutely outrageous. Tell me why. Why didn't this murder weapon take place 7 years ago? It's one possibility. Maybe Mr. Misham figured it out. Figured what out? He realized that the person who sent that letter wanted him dead. So he sent his reply with a different stamp. What is decisive evidence in a frame? You're still here? Can I make a statement here on the record? I spark residue with partial. Claim this scoop is mine. Jim Misham killed in cold blood. By sender of 7-year-old letter, end quote. No, maybe something more succinct. Star falls after 7-day delay, end quote. Order! 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 See no room for further argument here. Though I admit, this is all coming as quite a shock. To think that the murder weapon reached his mouth after 7 years. Slap his ticket straight to afterlife, and quote. Even the judge is doing it now. I think the witness is a bad influence on that judge. Yep, I thought that too. See no need for further debate on this matter. The sender of that letter 7 years ago could hardly have been out offended. We just won. Very well, this court finds the defendant.
Objection!
We're getting a lot more of these guitar interjections now. This is a... Usually you would only get like one each case. This one here we've had at least 3 or 4 of them. Is this the bright future of our legal system? Prosecutor Gavin? A ticket to the afterlife from 7 years ago. Tickets on Gavin Air's shows are invalid after 2 weeks. But it doesn't make any sense any other way. It boggles my mind that so many people have noticed this. There's a fatal contradiction in Airfire's claim. Contradiction? Poison stamp was placed in its envelope 7 years ago. But upon it was framed, till now. If that's the case, then why would Drew Michelle have done what he did? I'm gonna explain that. He must have realized it was poison. Therein lies the rub. 7 years ago, they forged Drew Michelle since the trap. The stamp in a frame. Don't debate this. This begs the question. Why, 7 years later, he uses that stamp on the night of the murder? I feel like I'm going cross between a damn French accent and trying to do a German one. I'm not very good with accents. I don't think the Australian accent plays very well to doing accents of other countries. It's so weird. So many people are able to do Australian accents, but when it comes to an Australian doing other accents, it doesn't come off very well. Surely you don't mean to suggest that Mr. Misham simply forgot. He put the murder weapon in a frame on his desk for 7 years and forgot. You expect us to believe he's trying to drop on himself? While I admit, this is all quite shocking myself, it does seem highly unlikely that he would fall foul of a trap. He's been sitting on his desk for 7 years. Apollo, I don't think we're winning anymore. Hey, I'm glad to see we're all back in the real world now. Welcome back to reality. We've been waiting for you.
Objection!
Okay, then how do you explain the poison stamp that was in this envelope? The poison stamp? Where exactly is this poison stamp again? Have you brought it to court for us? See no proof that such a thing ever existed.
Objection!
What about the quinine residue, huh? Oh, I agree, that does seem to be quinine residue. But yeah, Fred, it's certainly no stamp. Yeah, but even if your precious poison stamp did exist, Drew Misham never would have used it. That is all. Again, I think we're still early in the case. I think we're still way early in the case. I believe I've come to a conclusion, again. Hello, were we wrong the whole time? Can't believe it. Poison traces match up. Can't be coincidence. I'd like to bring some closure to this issue sometime this year. Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor. Let's review the facts and see where we stand. 7 years ago, Drew Misham received a red envelope. There were traces of the poison quinine on the document inside that envelope. A similar trace was also found at the crime scene. And this tiny picture for you. The defense has indicated the possibility of a yellow envelope. Envelope that left the scene of the crime with the poison stamp on it. Yes, but even if this envelope contained a poison stamp, Drew Misham, knowing this, puts it in a frame. He never would have used that stamp. Afraid you're right. Which means there is a fatal flaw in the defense's case. Haven't been on the wrong track this whole time, sure of it. Traces of atroquinine, the envelope, the frame. Drew Masham's mysterious death. They're all connected somehow. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have a conclusion for us? Defense stands by its case, Your Honor. Seeing that the logical outcome of the evidence makes no sense, which means that one of our clues must be a fake. Alright, fake evidence now, so we're gonna have to do more investigations, I think. Fake clue, fascinating. And if you find this fake, your wild fantasy will prove quite reasonable, yeah? Fake clue that's thrown us off the poison trail is none other than, I'm assuming it would have to be the... Why is this not mentioned in my notes? Unless I skipped by it. It would be the... not the frame, the envelope. Yeah, I think that's what it would be. One of the clues is a fake. I don't think it's... well... because it technically Drew Masham is a fake, but that wouldn't be the clue because he's the suspect. So that doesn't make any sense for the actual like. Okay, I don't know if this is the correct answer or not because Drew Masham is a forger, which would mean he's a fake, but then that also means that but he's not really a clue. I guess we'll just go with the envelope being fake. Well, the envelope isn't fake because of the evidence being in it. The frame isn't... I'm gonna go with the victim was a fake clue. I'm afraid yeah, I figured that was wrong. I'll explain. We have an envelope, a frame, and a mug, linked by poison. That all makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the victim himself.
Objection!
Congratulations, you've completely lost me. So the fake evidence is none other than the master of fake himself, the forger. Makes a good story, I'll give you that. Yeah, I guess I was right. Because we have to present Vera's profile is the thing. Fake clues, fakes, forgeries. I know that face, that's the... I just had an idea face. Don't know if I'm right, but I'm going with it. What if our forger is the... That's where I was trying to get at. I was trying to get more so at, like, we know that Drew Masham is forging stuff. We know that he's forging, like, the, you know, doing the forgeries. Or at least we think that he's doing the forgeries, so... And then, like, we already knew that the envelope was real because the envelope had the ransom kind of thing in it, and the money, and the stamp in it. So that has to be the murder weapon because of the poison. The frame having the poison on it itself, that's also going to be something that can't really be faked either. So the only other option we had was him. Come again. 7 years ago, our forger sniffed a trap, set aside. 7 years passed. Now the forger stumbles into that very same trap and dies. Why? That's what I want to know. Because the forger who was killed was a fake. Here we go again. The victim was a fake. One forger smelled the trap, one forger fell into the trap. That's two forgers, and one of them was a fake. Order! 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 So you were telling us that Drew Masham, the victim, was a fake? Well, if he was the fake, who was the real forger? Better not be claiming there was some kind of switcheroo. Afraid you're going to have to back up your story. Mr. Justice, show us just who the real Drew Masham was. Drew Masham wasn't the real forger. There's only one other person who could have been. Understood, Your Honor. Forger Drew Masham was himself a forgery. The real forger was, well, the only people that are forging at the moment, the only other person that we haven't discussed is, it has to be Vera, because everyone else, it can't, it's just blatantly obvious, it can't be anyone else. Yeah, I didn't put this as finale, because I had no idea how long this is going to take. It's already been half an hour and not even out of this trial yet, so... And keep in mind it took us 6 hours to finish the other case after doing a full investigation and most of a trial day, so... we're still in one trial day, we've got another trial day to do probably, and more investigation if we need to do stuff, so... considering this seems like it's the last case. Can be only one explanation, really. Real identity of the forger, known as Drew Masham, is none other than his only daughter, Vera Masham. This would also make sense because of the, make more sense because of the, what is it called, them being in the same house. Order! 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 Mr. Justice, this is going on a limb, even for you. I kind of agree, I mean, Vera, a forger? Let's consider it before you write it off entirely. Look at the paintings in the studio, one fact becomes quite clear. Forgery had been taking place in that studio for quite some time. Forger wasn't caught in that trap 7 years ago. This can only mean the one who was caught in the trap wasn't the forger. Well, actually, that does make a certain kind of sense. One more thing. Only 2 sets of fingerprints were found in the forger's studio. Drew Masham's and Vera Masham's. We know that Drew Masham wasn't the forger. That leaves only one possibility by process of elimination. The forger was Vera Masham. Well, fascinating. Vera Masham? Been paying attention to the trial so far. Let's just ask her and be done with it, shall we? Who are you? Who is the forger, Drew Masham? Is that an expression of emotion I saw in her face? She's staring holes at deposited in Gavin's face. I'm used to being stared at by Throwlines, believe me. Though they usually talk to me too. Tell us, were you the one who forged those works of art? Yes. So the forger, Drew Masham, was you? Yes, it was me. What was in an uproar was it coming down. It's a break for a 10-minute recess. Yep, there's the end of our first trial day. It only took 38 minutes. Make a separate save. Just in case we missed something. You can save at any time, but there is an autosave, but just in case something pops up. October 8, 1:24 PM. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 6. It's weird exactly this is the advice, Apollo. Well, the Drew Masham who was killed wasn't Drew Masham the forger, basically. Well, then who was he? Well, he was actually doing her nails? So you really made those forgeries? So I guess she's only just gonna speak in thing. Yes, for father. I know it was wrong. Can you tell us how it happened? My father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day, father saw it in me. He saw that I had the talent. The talent for making forgeries? Or should I say it? It was not only paintings I made. From the materials I could make anything. Anything. Father was so proud, and I so happy. But, in the end, I was making those. Forgeries? Never had a good constitution, nor personality. I know very little of the world outside my door. Now, because of me, father is... You know about this red envelope? I remember that envelope. It was some time ago. So you were already creating your works back then? Started when I was only 12 years old. So the one who figured out the stamp was poisoned, that was... Mr. Justice, it's time. To the courtroom, please. Right, out of time. Wait, Vera, just one more thing, please. There's 3 paintings in the studio. I painted those. It's part of my work. Right, see, we checked them out and we saw what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings. I see. Mr. Justice? Father, he knew of you. Of both of you. Your late father? He was watching, gathering information. All about the Wright & Co. law offices. But lately, we're not doing just law. Yes, you do tricks, gags to amuse, and play piano. Well, they're not really gags. Yet when Father heard you had resumed a legal business, how pleased he was. Who was Mr. Masham? How am I supposed to know? What if he was Daddy's daddy? Judging from the relative ages involved, I'd say it's highly unlikely. Things are already confusing enough with all these daddies running around. We know that the victim's daughter, Vera, was the forger. What does that mean for the case? We're about to find out. Okay, October 8th, 1:36 PM, District Court, courtroom number 3. Court is now back in session. Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Perhaps you could begin by telling us how it all worked. How did you set up this Drew Masham forger persona? There's that stare again. She's drilling more holes into his head. That's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy. What's hard? Very well, miss, if you would. Did you really make those detestable forgeries? Perhaps you'd rather answer my question. Were you the one who painted that painting? The remarkably similar one? Ah, yes. I painted it, yes. Father praised me quite highly for it. So she was the one who made the forgeries. Yet she still did not wish to reveal the truth of the operation. So the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. The word at large, he was the forger, not her. I've done a bad thing. I have, haven't I? Regardless, we need a little more information. About, for instance, this. You have seen this before, yeah? Yes, it was in the desk drawer. Very well, you may proceed with your testimony. Tell us everything you know about this envelope. Envelope. I'm trying to think what I would normally say. I probably would say... If someone's... I feel like I say envelope, but then I've also said envelope. I think envelope would be my normal go-to way of saying it, but I mean, no way is incorrect. It's just different parts of the world, I guess. Created things and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work. It was other than a painting. Father handled the deal, all of it. Received the stamp that was in this envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current art studio. Certainly wasn't much of great interest in your testimony. Not that the witness realizes it. Very well, please begin the cross-examination. Right, okay. Need more information about this forger. Drew Masham. We want to press every statement except for the third one. which is interesting. Let me just see, is there a reason why we don't want to push the third? I mean, I would push the third one anyway, just because it's optional. Let me just make sure that there's no... I'll push the third one anyway, probably. And just see what it gets me. Okay, this does not last very long, this extra section. Never mind. Yeah, I'll just push every statement anyway. I'll avoid. I'll push the third one anyway, but I think we have to push 1 through 1, 2, 4, and 5 as it is. Let's just load this up real quick. Make sure I get the. Because there's something that's missing. Anything else that we have to do? It seems like we've got a big section of not a lot of anything to actually select. Okay. Just press all these statements here. Press them all for extra information. So these things we're making. You mean paintings? Identical other paintings, right? The closer they were, the happier father was. He's happy too. Still, you're quite young now. When did you begin this work? The first painting saw when I was 12. Your Honor, she had no idea what she was doing was illegal.
Objection!
Easy there, little attorney. You're not here to defend her for the crime of forgery. True? Please tell us more about this envelope. This envelope that may very well have killed your father. Right. We'll push every statement anyway. No loss. Rather than a painting, you mean you'd only done paintings up to that point? Father had a realization. He noticed my talent extended to making things other than paintings. For instance, a letter someone had written, or a fingerprint left upon a cup, or a signature on a document, seal upon a letter. A fingerprint? Like that is really detailed. Forging fingerprints? None of this makes her sound very innocent at all. And the $100,000 presumes in his letter was the start. The beginning of a new industry for Jumishan. A new industry? The creation of items to be used in criminal proceedings. Forging evidence, in other words. Uh-oh. Alright, what happens if I put press statements? So you didn't know that how the things you were making were being used. I enjoy painting very much. I think I understand. Fräulein has lived in an unusual little world. Can you tell us what happened to the papers that were in this envelope? Welcome back, Sarada. I hope you're doing well today. I hope that you, I haven't been able to catch your streams lately because I've been streaming myself, but I'm doing pretty good. So yesterday's stream, I did like an 8.5 hour stream, but for like over half of it, I had like 5+ viewers. So I checked my average, and it went from 2.4 to 2.57. So we're right back to. I'm right back into the. I'm almost back to where I was. So I'm doing pretty well. How about yourself? Are you doing well too? We might finish this game today, but it's hard to say just because there's so much. The one case took us like 6 hours to complete, so I don't have 6 hours. Father signed them and I sent them back, I believe. Follow the instructions? Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp. But yeah, we're definitely getting back up there. It's I think the reason why my hours dropped is because I took some time away, but if I can still make up for that, it's already did that in one stream, so. It's a rather important matter. Give your answer some thought. other than that, I'm doing pretty well. Just trying to help out other people reach affiliate as well. Trying to get myself to there. We'll get there. Hit a bit of a slump the first couple of streams, but then yesterday's stream actually boosted it up quite significantly, so... What do you mean you received it? Did you do something wrong? Didn't use that stamp because it was dangerous, correct? Did they poison on the back at your quinine?
Objection!
A moment, avoid. Can't force an answer upon the witness. Now then, perhaps you would tell me, Fräulein Vera. Why did you receive this stamp? You must have access to so many different streams from emotes and stuff. All these moving emotes. So many of these emote. I wish I could be as creative with art as those. Something wrong? It was beautiful. You mean it was one of those commemorative stamps? Yes, I think it was. So you didn't know about the poison? Guess not. So the trap failed by chance, by mistake. Thanks to this commemorative stamp. Quite the close call. Last segment press. When you moved to where the current Drew studio is? Yes, we saw very few people there. Began drawing picture books. The secret job has died into the criminal underworld. I think Mr. Masham wished to reduce their visibility in the world at large. When we had to meet someone for some reason, Father Post is the creator of the work. So that was the real essence of the artistry machine. You did the work and he supplied the face. So, you really didn't know anything, did you? You had no idea how much danger you were in. Apparently not. But this commemorative stamp. Could you tell us more about it? It's very pretty. More than that. It was a picture of people I liked at the time. This is something new. Apparently, we've got some cross-examination yet ahead of us. If you'd be so kind as to continue your testimony, Fräulein. I don't think she has any more testimony to testify about. Like, there's nothing else that's appearing on the... Yeah, nothing else is appearing. Oh, this is now appearing. Never mind. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magician, so I kept it. This is where we present, I think. The magic show ticket.
Objection!
This magicians you like, was it this bunch? Oh, they're not a bunch? I see. Still, I have to wonder. Why include a commemorative stamp like that in a business letter? Good question. Well, pretty stamps are always better, and you can't beat trick grummery. But the whole murder plan was a failure because of it. Ironic, don't you think? Mr. Gavin? Mr. Gavin? Grammary? What's with Gavin? Might I ask just one question of this witness? For a second there, I thought that that fox had a leaf in its mouth, but it's money. In your testimony just now, you stated this was your first work that was other than a painting. Please tell me. What exactly did you make? Ask why. No, answer the question. Now. This is the first time he's actually gotten, like, super aggressive in the courtroom before. What's a good Gavin? You're usually not the one whose volume concerns me. Yes, it is unbecoming of me, I apologize. But I must know. Please, Miss Masham, tell me. It was a book. A single page. In a book. A book? Please be more specific. It was a handwritten book. Like a diary. I don't know. Usually he's like cool, calm, and collected, but this time he's something's triggering in his mind. What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? It looks like he just saw a ghost. Miss Basham, this book. Was there a picture of a Sioux cat on the back cover? Yes or no? How did you know?
Objection!
Prosecutor Gavin, the defendant is answering all of your questions. Stop badgering her. He's told you nothing, has he? You're Sawyer and Sullied mentor, nothing? Sullied? Who? Phoenix Wright. Who else? Daddy? He never told you about the trial 7 years ago. No, he hasn't. I guess this is related to the... He's not told us any of that. But how he came to lose his attorney's badge. There's a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know. A certain diary. On the back it bore the mark of a silk hat. Yeah, this is the first we're hearing about this. Phoenix Wright tossed out of the profession by false evidence. The forgery made that evidence. Is this girl standing right in front of me? Vera, you must tell us. The evidence you made was used in a trial 7 years ago. Who asked Drew Masham, you, to forge that evidence? For all of our sakes, who was it? We only met once. You met the client? Well, who was it? It was... What's going on with Vera? She's staring at Prosecutor Gavin's face again. Yes, what? Is there something about me? I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book. The diary. Who was it? Vera? Oh, this is the... Yeah, remember, we saw this before. I guess she fainted. Yeah. The devil? Oh, she said the devil gave her the book. Defendant Vera Masham, condition unconscious. Yeah, no one's in the, examiner's diagnosis, acute atraquinine. Oh, she's been poisoned. She's been poisoned by the atraquinine. This ends the recording of the trial for the murder of Drew Masham. Vera Masham was during the trial poisoned by an unknown assailant. The dosage was just under the lethal amount, sparing the defendant's life. She's currently in intensive care and is not disturbed for any reason. Very simple case at first glance, until it finally began to show its true colors. Long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial. Wait, what? We're going back to... Oh, okay. This is what we're doing. We're going back to, I guess we have to go back to the trial 7 years ago to find something that would suggest, helping us later, maybe. In some ways, that was the starting point of it all. Okay, it looks different here. That is where we must go. Yep, she's like 7 years younger as well, to find the whole truth. We're somehow going back in time 7 years ago, it looks like. So even that, it took us an hour to get through. Well, it took us like half an hour to 20 minutes to get through that section. Alright. Showdown time. It's only a game of poker. A game I've played for a long time. I only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. Wait. Well, it seems I found the partner I've been looking for all along. Over a game of cards? Why, yes. Over a game of cards. Because he's still an attorney here. And this is the guy who died in the first case. That was how we first met. 7 years ago. Seven years earlier, Phoenix Wright's final trial. Okay. So I guess we're gonna find out what actually happened 7 years ago. April 19, 927, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Okay, it's been a long time since I felt like such a rookie. Has this changed my... It has changed my evidence. Okay, it's changed my evidence now. You can go and check it out, we may as well. Also, we haven't played as Phoenix yet, so this is us playing as Phoenix. Each Chinese badge is a number engraved on the back. Most numbers are the same, so if you drop it, people will know it was you. Better make sure I don't lose mine. Crime scene photo, body found in hospital room, shot in the head. We have no clue who this is. Looks like a magician of some sort. So what have we got? We've got a clown, we've got a revolver, a needle, the IV drip is out, a diary. McAfee's autopsy report. Cause of death, single gunshot to the head. Estimated time of death, 11 to 11:30 p.m. Victim name, McAfee, Grandma-Marie, age 67, male. Estimated time of death between April 13. Estimated time of death April 13 between 11 to 11:30 p.m. Cause of death, loss of blood from bullet wound. No malignant tumor found in victim's liver. Shady. I would say shardy, but I guess it's supposed to be Shady Enigma. Age 40. The client in this case usually goes by the name Zach Grummery. And McAfee, Grummery, age 7. The victim in this case died after being shot in the head while in the hospital. Do I see? I don't know. He does have a bullet hole. Gotta try and relax. Good morning, Mr. Enigma. Sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. Received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared. I understand I'm asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards. That was enough. Actually, it wasn't, trust me. Oh, morning, Daddy. I'm so glad you came. You okay, Daddy? They're picking on you. I'm fine, as always. So a boy here is here to help me after all. That's a young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on. Thanks. My first choice today, after all. I'm sure it is. What the heck is you talking about? Oh boy. Me? Look where he started. Here. So what does it say? It seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To All those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell, Magnifique Gramarye. What's this? I don't know, I just got it over there in the hole. Told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. He said it was really important. What's this, a memo for you or some such? From the looks of it... What is this? Looks like a page from someone's diary. Give it a read later. Notebook page added to the court record. Mysterious paper received just before the trial. Well, how do you feel about the trial today? We'll check this. Continue. We'll get through it, somehow. Incidentally, prosecutor today is a new guy here. Ah, an easy win then, yes? Calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Of course, there's one of those every year. Switching of attorneys just before the trial. That is a difficult situation I put you in. But, allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright. Yes? They will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So do your best, but do not worry. First time a defendant's ever given me a pep speech. Do what I can. So you do not understand. See, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Impossible? Yes, isn't that right, Trixie? Yep, you bet, Daddy. First look at the case was only yesterday. The information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can, for their sake. I believe the curtains will be lifting any time now. I am in your capable hands, Mr. White. Playing a shady enigma. Shardy enigma. I'm gonna say shardy. Known to the world as Zach Gramarye. Wildly popular magician, star of Trick Gramarye. His mentor, Magnifique Gramarye, was a rare breed of magician. Single-handedly ushered in a golden age of stage magic, until he was shot dead. Zach Gramarye is the suspect. 10 a.m. District Courtroom, Courtroom number 7. And Trucy Enigma, age 8, Zach Gramarye's daughter, already dressed the part of a magician to the hilt. There's Gavin. Court is now in session for the trial of Shady Enigma. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Hey, we're back in our, now we're back. We're back in our attorney outfit. This is the first time I've seen Phoenix in his attorney outfit the entire game, because he's been dressed as a civilian the entire time. Is the prosecution ready? I was just thinking, is this what all the fuss was about? Bit of a buzzkill, really. Buzzkill? Is this some kind of new crime? One of the worst. This is the trial, yeah? Where are the sweaty palms? The banding arts? Gavin his guns have got 10 times the thrill this gig's got. Who were you again? Clavier Gavin. The game to get the party started. Legally, yeah? Gavin? Defense attorney Christoph Gavins? Figures my brother's more famous in this part of town. Clavier Gavin? Been singing for the mega hit band The Gaviners? You're out of your league, Rock Boy. I wouldn't be so sure. I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, Rock Boy. So, he's 17 at this point. Star, prosecutor, and leader vocalist of the rock group The Gaviners. So even around back then. Drew, my debut single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love, was went platinum overnight. But that's just a hobby to me compared to this young. Talkative, aren't you? Like your affected Euro rock accent, by the way. Just getting warmed up. Attorney, right? Perhaps you would be so kind as to fill us in on the case. A cartoon, baby. Time to call in the opening act. What was his name again? Ah, yes, Detective Gumshoe. Hit it. Detective Gumshoe's back. We're getting a lot of characters that have come back from the games thing. So Detective Gumshoe was like the usually in all of these games there's like an investigator. So Gumshoe was like your main detective investigator who would always he would always get something slightly wrong and then you'd be able to correct him on it and eventually you would get that sorted. So it's, I guess the comparison here would be Emma? Although Emma's a forensic investigator, so it's a little bit different to that. But Detective Gumshoe was always a really popular character. Alright, nice. We're getting Gumshoe as a, there he is. And you are? Hey, you were the one who called me up here, sir. Name's Detective Gumshoe. I'm a sub detective down at the precinct. Detective Gumshoe, long time no see. Hey, you. Me? Today's the day, pal. Today I win and you lose. So yeah, Dick Gumshoe, H32, detective on the case, and first to examine the scene goes with the gun. Yeah, this is always what. Usually, whenever he gets caught up as a witness, he's the first one on the scene, and he always misses some details. But he's not a bad guy. He's like a good guy. Got confidence in my testimony today. See? What, you normally lack confidence in your testimony? Hey, detective, this is my stage. Get in the antics. All this AUing and such. They could care less about your exterior together. Very well, Detective Gumshoe, if you would. Please tell us about the case at hand. Happened 6 days back, in a room at the General Hospital. Facts are as simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. Victim was a patient, asleep in a hospital bed. Killer comes in, puts a bullet through his forehead. Bam, lights out. Them's the facts. Not so long ago, the victim, McAfee Grummery, was a famous man. He had the entire country under his magical spell, as it were. Yes, the great magician. He retired years ago, though. So the name McAfee to one of my generation, you'd be likely to get a blank stare. Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciples even better. Yes, Trick Grummery has made quite a name for themselves. Anywho, the retired McAfee's been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? A mal-ignorant tutor. A mole-ignorant tutor or something. Doing something to his liver, I think. A malignant tumor, perhaps. In other words, he had liver cancer. He had only a few months left to live, in fact. If his chart adds to the court record, diagnosed with a malignant tumor given 3 months. Okay, check up that real quick. Patient's name, McAfee Grummery, age 67, male. Notes, malignant tumor in liver has progressed to final stage with no hope of recovery. Patient has 3 months to live. Patient has chronic diabetes, requires regular insulin. Facts do seem simple enough. Something's not right. The victim was already claiming a 3-month stairway to heaven. Why not wait for him to knock on heaven's door? Why shoot him? I like these rock references because I get these immediately. Being stairway to heaven and knocking on heaven's door. Being songs. Wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but it's true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die? Certainly the victim had a serious case of diabetes. Diabetes? In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin. When he was shot with a pistol, the syringe was found at the crime scene. Chronic diabetes and cancer. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life. Small syringe adds to court record, used for administering insulin. Shots has been washed and shows no signs of use. I believe the question before us is clear then. Check this for a second, see if there's any clues on it. Always hated getting shots. Guess McAfee was giving himself the insulin shots. There's no way I could do that. Wait, I got a friend request randomly from someone? Wait, why is it not disabled? That's interesting. Normally I have all my messages disabled, but yeah, friend requests are appearing on the, That's weird. Hang on a second, I'm gonna check this. For some reason, certain when I started streaming, I disabled all of the notifications outside of trophies and people entering into the thing. But when someone sends a friend request, I don't remember if I disabled that notification sound. I'm not even sure if I can do it now. I mean, I'll accept it when I get into the thing anyway, but... If we use this to inject his insulin, why are there no traces of it having been used? Something to keep in mind. I'll sort that out. That's normal. Yeah, I'm trying to think what I get notifications for when I'm on stream. It's either trophies getting unlocked, people in my friends list going online, and that's it. So I don't know why I just randomly got that. That's the got a. I mean, I'll accept the friend request later, off stream. Just in case it's something. Maybe it's someone that I'm following. I don't know. We'll see. What am I doing this for? Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had? Very well, detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us to the circumstance of the shooting. Yes, sir. Okay, now we get his testimony. Yeah, I'll worry about the usually I don't get... I know that I'd save the messages, so I don't know if something's happened. It's even gone back to the old music as well. Like, this is the music that plays during the witness testimonies for, in the original trilogy. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. 2 days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what it was asked of him, shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. The pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. Yeah, for some reason, whenever I imagine if they ever did a live-action, like, Phoenix Wright movie or TV show, like a Western version, not a Japanese version, Dick Gumshoe has to be played by either Nathan Fillion or Patrick Warburton. I think that those two would work perfectly as Gumshoe. Saying the victim ordered his own shooting? Those are the facts. I have here the letter in question. To my beloved student Zach, I was trying to actually read that. I can probably read it now. Magnify. I guess I should say magnify instead of magnify, but it's magnify. Magnify's letter added to the court record. Letter asking Zach to shoot him. We'll read that. Very unusual indeed. Let me. So to my beloved student Zach, to you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come on the 13th. 11:05 PM, I will ready a gun with which you will shoot. One shot, square on the forehead. Cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Although could such a thing as a letter really calls one to pull the trigger, I wonder. I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter. Cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court? Fortunately, even the defendant won't say a peep about that bit, sir. One thing bothers me about this. Why didn't he just say 11? Why have him come at 11:05 without some specific reason? The devil is in the details here, Danny. Well, was there some reason? As it turns out, there was. Every night for a half hour, starting at 11. The victim, Magnified Gramarye, was given an IV. An IV? There it is in the picture, off to the side of the bed. 11, doctor would come to set up the IV. 30 minutes later, he would come back to for the empty bag. This happened every night, without fail. So that was the only time they could have met without the chance of an untimely interruption. During his IV. Very well, shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you would. What's this reason you couldn't refuse, I wonder? Could have at least mentioned it to me. Okay. We want to press the third statement, and then worry about that for a second. So we'll press every statement and then we'll do the third one. So we get the extra dialogues. Just because he got the letter doesn't mean he went through with it. Oh, I disagree. The victim was indeed shot in the forehead after all, just as he had commanded. Could be a setup. Let's not be in such a hurry. Maybe we should let the witness talk for a change. Thanks, pal. Fine, I can play it slow as well as I can play it fast. Only the testimony comes you. This letter was sent by the victim? There it is, gotcha. You're all mine this time, pal. Had the handwriting checked out, of course. It's the victim's no mistake. I see. Score 1 for the boys. I didn't lose, I was just ascertaining the facts. So why am I so annoyed? But a lot of ordering your own death. Things aren't what they used to be, I guess. Sure, this is exactly commonplace even now, Your Honor. So anyway, guess I'll keep going while I'm ahead. Okay, skip this one, because this is the one we want to press. I mean, this pistol, the one in the crime scene photo. That's the one. It's a funny looking gun, so there's no mistaking it. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from his gun. The rifling marks and the bullets were a perfect match. So you verified the murder weapon, in other words. Bet we did. Why are you so certain? All the sand is your head been stuck in all this time, pal. Never heard of Zack and Valent's quick draw shooting? What's that? One of the defendant's specialties. Zack and Valent stand on either side of a girl. Then they shoot. But the bullets don't hit her. Instead they hit everything else on stage. This is one of the pistols they used in their show. Got a great design, huh? Kids love it. Many boys and girls joined the police because of that pistol I hear. You know, that would explain a lot about the police force. Should Grammar stopped doing that act a while ago. The old man held on to that pistol ever since. Colt would like to see the pistol in question. Got it, sir. Here she is. Oh, this truly is a blast from the past. Stage pistol for magic show, see? But it can fire real bullets. It looks so much bigger in real life than on TV. Yeah, but it only held one round. By the way, the pistol's firing chamber is empty. It shows traces of having been fired recently. So were any fingerprints found in the gun? Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. You might say that like a fingerprint is in fact a fingerprint of its own. Intriguing point, well made. Whoa, 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 not well made, not intriguing. In any case, the court accepts this evidence. Stage pistol adds to the court record. Fires one real bullet, barrel marks, match bullet found in victim, no fingerprints found. Friend child will get a kick out of seeing this. Anything on the stage pistol we can look at? This stage pistol reminds me of, I don't know if anyone's seen the movie, Predator 2. At the end of Predator 2, Danny Glover's character gets rewarded a pistol from the, like the 1700s or whatever, the 1800s, from defeating the actual Predator. Anything that's of note? Look closely, you can see how the pistol's made to bend here. Also, notice that Phoenix has nobody on his side helping him, which is odd. Usually we've got someone. It's a one-shot only model, and I guess this bend is where you load it. So this is the famous Grummery Golden Gun. Say kids used to like pretending they had one of these. I wonder if they pretended to miss their targets too. Now it's time to return to our testimony. Didn't have time to gather all the details before coming in here. This testimony might be my only source of information. Better pay attention and read this letter carefully. So now we press this button. How can you be so sure? Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your thinking for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself. Get that noggin cranking. Try to grasp the concept of questioning, detective. First, we got this letter. It says shoot in the forehead, loud and clear. I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it. Or maybe you need to grow yourself a backbone, pal. Try to grasp the concept of shooting people is bad, detective. We also found the defendant's pistol at the scene. Traces of gunpowder as a Jew shows that he's been fired recently. Oh, Mr. Wright? As far as I can tell, from looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim. Photo, maybe there's something in there I can use. So they're saying the defendant shot the victim in the forehead. I think there's a hole in the prosecution's argument. Clearly, Mr. Enigma, have no clue. Didn't pull the trigger or shot something else. You can see in the top left, the clown actually has a hole through its head as well. So I think we're supposed to assume that they shot something else because... Look at this photo, another possibility occurs to me. Yes? What does the letter tell us? That the defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes. Bingo, pal. Well, the defendant popped in one in the forehead. Oh, the defense disagrees. See, the defendant had another choice he could make.
Objection!
What, and you can prove that with this photo? Prove you had a choice, yes. The defendant might have fired like it was ordered, but he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's hear what you're thinking, Mr. Wright. He didn't shoot the victim's forehead. What did the defendant shoot? So we're gonna say that he shot the clown. You can see that there's a bullet hole through the clown's head. The clown doll? Take a closer look. See, it's been shot in the forehead too. There's a hole in its forehead. Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim.
Objection!
And I suppose you have the reason as to why you shot the clown doll. Didn't just shoot the doll, you shot the doll's forehead. His forehead? Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You will shoot one shot square in the forehead. Which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead. I mean, that technically does work. Does that technically works, I guess? Technically? The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. Hole in the clown's forehead definitely looks like it was shot. Why let's send someone to investigate this matter.
Objection!
I admit I'm impressed, but I expected nothing less. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim.
Objection!
Perhaps he did have to shoot a forehead. Perhaps he did have to shoot a forehead as ordered. But the letter says nothing about whose forehead. That was the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life. The bullet hole in the clown doll's forehead does demand an explanation. Might very well be a clue. The prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. Cannot say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim. So sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad is it to see the mighty fall? How sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. Doesn't realize just how big this little hole is gonna get. Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue testimony. So what if you shot the clown? Still shot the victim, pal. This is a new statement, so that means we have new evidence to present. Or not. We want to ignore this for now, press the fourth statement. We've already done the fifth statement, so that's fine. Okay. Hang on a second. We press the 5th statement to get the pistol. What we want to do is we want to press the 4th statement. Yeah. Press the 4th statement. Which I think we already did. So I skipped everything. Then I pressed the 5th statement to get the... Yeah, we pressed the 3rd statement. I've already done the 4th one. I've already done the 5th one. And then now we want to present the stage pistol here. Yeah, because I already went ahead with that. So we want to present the pistol at this point.
Objection!
Trigger's case is often seen the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand? Yeah, but like I just said, pal. After he shot the clown in the forehead, he went in...
Objection!
Did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves it could not. The mortar weapon? How? It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds one bullet at a time. Yeah, remember they said it only held... Yeah, it only held the one... It only had the one bullet. Although, is that... Technically, that they have revolving things, I guess. Let me check this. If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim, too.
Objection!
That's not a contradiction, not even close. All he had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot.
Objection!
Oh, where did he get the extra bullet? They're not easy to come by, you know. If you claim the defendant had one ready, then prove it to us how he got it. I had a feeling this wasn't over yet. No, this party's just getting started. They have proven anything yet, beyond my good looks and starting record sales. And out of lack of humility. What's this? Seems that the prosecution has another witness prepared. Like I said, detective, it's just the warm-up act. Now that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, they're ready. Ready for what? My decisive witness, of course. A witness who you will find can prove one thing for us. That it was Zach Kramery who shot the victim in the forehead. Very well. We will pause for a 15-minute recess. This might be my lucky break. I'll need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach. Court is adjourned. Alright, we're doing pretty well. Yeah, so already we've done 3 segments, and it's been about half an hour-ish for each. Although, it's weird because we've gone... investigation day 1, trial day 1, trial, then we're doing now we're doing the trial 7 years ago. And then after the 7 years ago, I'm assuming we have to go back to real time to try and solve it. So this could be like 2 cases in one, which if that's the case, it's going to be a lot longer than... Because that 3rd case was at least probably around 8 hours, 7 or 8 hours long. It had to be. Alright, next chapter. It had to be that long. 11:21 AM. District Court, defendant, lobby number 2. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. I have to say, I expected nothing less. Well, they just begun. Hoping you could tell me a bit more about what actually happened. I don't think you would believe me if I told you. Well, let you discover the truth for yourself. I was thinking of you, you know. I think we need less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened? Oh, the way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. Was Gertrude. Speaking of which, where is she? You've seen the problem yourself, the letter. 1 shot in the forehead. 1, right? Yes, and the reason he speaks of. I don't deny my mental's wishes, even if I meant my own death. Why not? It's something I would not say, for now at least. What's this for now business? I have done many things in my life, some well, some poor. This is a cross we must bear alone to our graves. We wanted to know that. Hang on, mate. Why are we? Really, this is a new one. This is a new leak as well. Why are we? These users are getting really silly with some of these links. Originally, it was a BitLie link. Now it's Flame. What? I've never heard of this Flame fans before. Then yesterday it was all different links too. So get rid of this. Be gone. This is why there's no sense in like banning URLs because they just changed. Well, banning URLs in general would mean it would get rid of them. They wouldn't be able to post them, but it's still it doesn't stop them. That's the other issue. It's like it's so easy to just ban someone, just 2 clicks and they're banned. Finally, this guy sure likes to take his time getting to the important stuff. Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. Snuck into this room that night at the appointed time, but let's say the opposite time. Found there upon his bedside 2 pistols. There was only the one on the left. Yes, the one I had used on stage, and the one that had been used by my partner, Valent. Hopefully I can Valent's quick draw thing. My mentor had the look of one sleeping. Stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then I took the pistol into my hand. Can't deny that my resolve faltered then, for a moment. Faltered? You mean you thought about shooting him? Well, there was a reason I couldn't refuse a request. His last such request, though not his first, so there were other requests you couldn't refuse before. To be honest, I've not always been steadfast, and I fear I've brought pain upon Truce. Magnify coercing his disciples somehow? Just what was going on in Trick Grammary. But in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot the clown. Took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. In your pocket? I believe if you examine the bullet in the clown's forehead, you will find it to be different than the one in my mentor. What were those called? Rifling marks. Yes, well, that is all I have to tell you. Concerning the case. Concerning the case? You mean there's something else you can tell me? Oh, a fascinating man, Mr. Wright. Thanks? Yes, there is something. My mentor, his eyes opened. Magnify Grammary? The old devil, he was not asleep, you see. Of course, the gunshot would have woken him anyway. There we had our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion, maybe 5-10 minutes or so. What did you talk about? Mr. Wright, did I not just tell you? Does it concern this case? Zach Grammary seems pretty steadfast to me, or maybe just stubborn. Whenever somebody ever tells you that it isn't related to the case in these games, it typically means that it is related to the case. They just don't want to reveal it right now because of X reason. Usually. So right, the presence of request in the courtroom. It's a good name in your hands. Alright, let's get back in there. Whenever someone says it's not relevant to the case, it usually ends up being relevant to the case. Just not at this point in time because it might reveal something too early. For 11:37 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 7. Court is now back in session. During a recess, a bullet was found in and dug out from the clown's head. Well, this is news. And the rifling marks? It wasn't time to do a detailed analysis. But they did find the weapon type matches the murder weapon. Well, that's not very conclusive, is it? Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness. Decisive witness? How many times have I heard those words? Though they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think. Oh, don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. After all, he's intimately acquainted with the plays in under production. Being the other half of Gramarye's famous duo, Zack and Valant. Valant Gramarye? So we get to meet the great Magnify's other disciple. Alright, we've already met him before. Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation. So we've already met this witness before. But we met him in case 3. Whoops. Valant Gramarye, magician. And you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student, your partner's guilt. Fate, the grand illusion filled with traps and tricks. Wait, the shooting took place in that hospital after 11 o'clock at night? If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late? If I were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is yes. Okay, I always get the characters, don't I? I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, my witness received this. Oh, looks very familiar. It's the same letter Zack Gramarye received. Yes, so perhaps I should say, ta-da! I really hope that if they name the female member of the troupe, that they keep showing that her name's Anna, so you can have Anna Gramarye as a pun. That would work as a order. What does it say? Surely not the same thing. Perhaps you should see for yourself. No, it's just the same thing. Outside of should say the same thing. To my beloved student Valant. Let's actually see first. Is it actually the same? Not this one. This one. Yeah, it's no, it's different. It's different, see? It is different. This one says 11:05 p.m. This one says 11:20 p.m. So there's 2 different times. Court accepts this into evidence. McAfee's second letter adds to the court record, letter telling Valant to come at 11:20 p.m. So there's different times. This is most unusual. Exactly what was going on with you folks? What exactly was your troop Gramarye up to? What you mean? I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask his students to kill him. All of them, no less. It's just my opinion here, Judge. From these letters, I'd say he was coercing them, not asking them. We walked the magician's path together, and so in doing, shared much of our lives. When people are so close, there is a strain, a warping relations, you might say. If this has something to do with the case at hand. By which you mean you're not going to tell us. Which makes me wonder even more about this reason why they couldn't refuse. Well, let's get on with the testimony for starters. The defendant, Zack Gramarye, stands accused. Tell us why. I will do more than that. For where he walks, the red roses rise singing hymns to the miracle that is magic. Fascinating, though I hardly need to remind you that the evidence could just be as clearly points you as the suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now the 2 bullets found at the scene. In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time. So the magician knows timing is everything. Yes, and now it's time to get this party fired up. The night of the crime. At night, I visited the hospital room at the time Magnifier requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. Did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. The deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss. I gave it to the clown. And I informed the doctor and the police. So they're saying he shot the clown as well. So you were the one who reported the crime. Indeed, I would think. This fact alone will clear my name of suspicion. Let's not jump to any conclusions. Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court. But if your testimony proves to be true, then the defendant, Zack Gramarye, is guilty. If it wasn't Zach Gramarye, then the killer was you, Valiant. No disappearing will get you out of that. Okay, what are we doing for this one? Fourth statement, and yeah. So we'll press everything but the fourth statement. According to the letter, it was 11:20 p.m. Indeed. Magic timing is everything. Right. Consider the illusion of teleportation. If I were to appear on stage before my stunt double is left, how would that look? Why, it would reveal the very secrets of my magic. I mean, he kind of just did that. Now that you've revealed the very secrets of your magic for all of us, let's move on. We went at the designated time, and what did you see? So you weren't worried for your own safety at all. I mean, you smelled gunpowder, yes, but if the shooter was still nearby. I did not consider this, to be honest. It's forbidden for a magician to have a good imagination. Really? Isn't magic all about illusions and imagination? How about this? You were the shooter, which is why you weren't afraid. Now you are the one imagining. It is forbidden for a lawyer to have a good imagination. Witnesses will refrain from pausing so suspiciously before responding. My forbidden imagination is starting to imagine things. I wonder if my health bar is tied between both cases. Like, if I get something wrong in the previous one, will it carry over to here? Or if I get something wrong here, will it pass on to when we go and go back? Which brings us back to this reason neither of you could refuse. So it does, and my partner, he did not refuse. But Magnify wrote the same thing to you. Why could you refuse if Zack couldn't? Because I have a will of steel, of course. I also did this trick where I bent steel bars, so perhaps steel isn't all that strong. So which is it? Mind if I continue? Alright, skip this one because we want to press it later. So inform the police. What did you do then? What do you suppose I did? Use my magic to levitate my mentor's corpse, perhaps? I don't know, that's what I'm asking. Now please answer the question and skip the sarcasm. After I made a report, I called the doctor and we returned to the room. While we waited for the police to arrive, we discussed stomach medicine. We've confirmed this with the doctor, it all checks out. He praised Mr. Valiant's knowledge of stomach medicine, in fact. Ah, it is an honor I do not deserve, but I accept. Both of Magnify's students received the same letter. Both admit to having gone to the hospital that night. 2 bullets were fired, and one of them killed Magnify. Time to find the cracks in his testimony. I suppose it is possible that, well, no, that wouldn't be possible, would it? Because, if someone wanted to, I was going to say, if someone wanted to shoot the pistol, there's a chance, like, they both said that they shot, so, I was going to say, there is a chance that somebody could have, potentially, what is it called? They could have, shot both pistols, but then that wouldn't explain how, that wouldn't explain one of them saying that they shot him. Two bullet holes at the scene, one in the victim and one in the clown. Saying the one who shot the clown was you? No doubt my partner Zaka said much the same thing. Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed murder. Better dig around a bit more and see what I turn up. Mr. Valiant, let me ask you something concerning the crime scene. The bullet in the pistol, the location of the pistol, the number of pistols. It would be the number of pistols because, the reason I say it would be the number of pistols is because, the reason it's the number of pistols in this particular case was because we saw the crime scene had the crime scene had 1 pistol, the other crime scene had 2 pistols. But, if we went, so the picture that we saw when thing went there was 2 pistols, I think, pictured. When we saw the other pistols pictured for, I think there was only the 1, but Zach mentioned he got his letter first, so there should be 2 pistols still. But there should be 1 pistol, but instead there was 2, I think. I think that's how we get around it. The pistols were there when you entered the room. Well, what you mean what, precisely? 2 pistols were used in the Zack and Valent quick draw shooting, correct? 1 for each of you. You're well informed, yet only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night. What did Zack tell me back in the lobby? Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. Zack to his room that night at an important time. Found there upon my bedside table 2 pistols. The pistol I'd fired and placed it in my pocket. See no problem with that statement? Only 1 pistol is visible in the photograph in the crime scene, after all. So you picked up that pistol and fired it. Indeed I did. Alakazam, Alakazing, Alakaboom. Is the number of pistols really so important? Yes. The number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor. Very well. Please add this to your testimony. What can I do but obey? Okay, that should be that testimony added. So now I'm going to present the pistol to him, and then he does another testimony, which we press again, so... Only 1 pistol was in the hospital room that night. With it I shot the clown. So now we want to present the stage pistol.
Objection!
According to the defendant, Zach Grammary, when he entered the room, there were 2 pistols on that table. 2? One of those pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead. And then he left with it in his pocket. Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, he must assume our defendant has some brains in his head. Well, what about Mr. Valent has told us? See, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense. What might that be? I told you, I took the pistol that was there. Shot the clown. That's your story, at least. The rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Valent. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us. He compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from his gun. The rifling marks on the bullets are a perfect match. Mr. Valent, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead. Order! 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 Oh, this is all rather sudden.
Objection!
What have I done? Prosecutor Gavin? I owe the court an apology. Sorry. Sorry for what? You see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proved the type of gun that fired them.
Objection!
That's not what you told us before. You said you'd verified the murder weapon. Which is why I'm apologizing to you. Quite sincerely, I might add. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth? It was just this morning. I am still young. And I might add, it wasn't really my fault. The defendant had only admitted he took 1 pistol from the scene of the crime. We would not be having this pleasant discussion now. Grammary? Yes, Your Honor. You are present to this court as a decisive witness. But you've proven to be more divisive than decisive.
Objection!
You see in time. Testimony so far has been merely a review of the facts. The proof comes next. Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin? When Mr. Valent entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. As his next testimony will prove, right, the real fight is about to begin. Ring it. Very well. The witness will now testify to the court. Help us determine who shot what. Okay, who shot what? I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20. Discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. It's quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. The one in the room at the time was my partner, not me. Those times are rather close, you have to admit. Talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. To use a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis for your alibi is easy to explain in this situation, Judge. For example, take our debut hit single, 13 Years Odd Dying for Love. Cue to the song, press the play button, and it will play for 2 minutes, 15 seconds. Do it 100 times, the result is the same. The debut single was only 2 minutes, 15 seconds long, what a ripoff. Magic is a word of utmost precision, Hocus Pocus requires admirable focus. At the time of death determined by the doctor, there's an incontrovertible truth. Very well, the prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times. We can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision. If we hope the defense refrains from his customarily broad, sweeping accusations, lest we blur the focus of this case, so clear demands. Point taken. Baseless remarks will result in a penalty. Carry on, Mr. Wright. Carry on? Right. Okay. I think we get penalized for stuff? I'm guessing that's what he's saying, because sometimes there's been points in time in the games where you get penalized for, pressing too much. Like, you have to, I think it's like you have to give the decisive evidence straight away, otherwise you immediately lose. Yeah. So, pressing wrong gives us a penalty. So, pressing statements 1 and 5 gives us a penalty. So, we don't want to take the penalty here, since there's no contradictions in the statement. So, I guess in this case, we'll make sure to press everything else. Well, we'll just press what we have to press, because I don't want to lose any health. So, we want to press the 4th statement, and then press the new one. So just to avoid, normally I want to press everything, but we will lose health if we do that, and I don't want to do that. So we'll just go straight to the statement we're supposed to touch. I don't think I'm stepping out of a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time? We do usually get only an estimated time of death, true. Sure, I've heard of a verified time of death. Magic reveals in making the complex appear simple, but reality is the opposite. What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction. So you know that person has done their arithmetic homework. The point here is the IV the victim was taking. It's quite visible in the photograph of the scene. Recall what we heard earlier about the victim, magnify Grammary's schedule. Every night at 11, make the feet took an IV drip for 30 minutes. You can see the IV bag right there, yes. Now look a little closer. Follow the tube down from the bag to the end. The needle's been removed. Doubtlessly it fell out when he was shot. That would seem to be the case. I don't know if I would buy that. Because IV, yes, getting shot in the head would cause significant impact, but I don't know if that would be enough impact to knock someone's IV drip out, considering when you have an IV drip or any kind of thing in the hospital in your body, it's like tied together with, not tied together, like tape is usually put over it to prevent it from coming out and stuff. When the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips. Could just measure the remaining IV liquid. Precisely. The AV liquid functions for our purposes as an hourglass of sorts. This is how the doctor determined the time of death. The amount remaining in the bag was determined that the AV had stopped 10 minutes after administration began. If you report at court record, approximately 10 minutes had passed since the IV begun. Check that out. So it was when I, Valent, entered that room. We'll check what this says. So 30 minutes required to administer a full IV from the amount remaining IV stopped 10 minutes after administration begun. Which they said 11 o'clock, so that means that it's closer to the, well, yeah, 10 minutes. 10 minutes have passed since that horrible crime was committed. And this is proof. Oh, Mr. Wright. That seemed important. Yes, very important. Well, seeing how it is the biggest clue we have at the time of to the time of death, I'd say it's very important. Agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. Behold the power of the behold the power of the I can't say this correctly. I'm saying it too fast. Behold the power of the. Let's take this slower and try and do it correctly. Behold the power of the I can't do. Why can't I say this correctly? I know how to say arithmetic. I can't say it in an accent. Behold the power of the. I can't say this with an accent, the judge's accent, but I can say arithmetic. Behold the power of the arithmetic. I can't say it. I can't say this. I'm not giving up. Why can't I say this? Behold the power of the arithmetic. There we go. I said it. Behold the power of the arithmetic. Behold the power of the arithmetic. Okay, I said it one time. I don't know if I can say it a second time. Behold the power of the arithmetic. No, I can't do it. I don't think I can do it. I kind of like spluttered out last time. Behold the power of the arithmetic. Yeah, something's wrong. I can't get it. Behold the power of the arithmetic. There we go. That's the best that I can do. That's the best that I can do with that. Very well. The witness will add this detail to his testimony. Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. I couldn't say that. I don't know why. I can say arithmetic normally. Arithmetic. But I can't say it in the judge's voice. Maybe because of the of and then the arithmetic being similar sounding words. Not like sounding like movements. Water of life, springs not eternal, the remaining IV liquid proves my innocence. I think we have to press this statement. Yeah, we press the new statement.
Hold it!
Did you notice the IV yourself by any chance? When first I entered that room, the scent of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And then, his left arm did I spy, a rose drooping and wilted. Its thorn the discarded IV needle. Knocked from the vein by the force of the shot, likely for you. If that IV had not been there, why, you might be a suspect. Indubitably so. I might say it's thanks to my lucky color. Your lucky color? Indeed, even today I wear it proudly, upon my suspect self. For it always, without fail, brings me luck. Why, when Zack and Valent won their first Magician's Grand Prix? Yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians. I was adorned in its attire then too, and a trophy, a bust. Ah, what a day that was. This is one trip down memory lane no one needs. Not like a color, yes indeed, and that IV too. I say, I think 'twas huge, especially for me, Valent. That does seem to be the case indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony? Valent sure looks happy with himself. Okay, how about this lucky color testimony? I think there's a problem with it because I don't remember it being yellow. It wasn't yellow. Yeah, it was green. It was green. the picture here shows that the picture of the scene of the actual crime it's green, but he was saying it was yellow. So this is different. So I'm guessing that's what we're supposed to say. So we present the crime photo, and then we present the IV bag, and then, yeah. So this would prove the thing. So there is a contradiction here. So it sounds like your lucky colors brought you plenty of luck. Not this time. Mr. Valiant, your lucky colors betrayed you. I'm afraid you've lost me. Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence. What? Please recall my warning at the beginning of the cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Baseless accusations will be duly penalized. I do hope this latest accusation is well-based. Don't worry, I've got all your bases right there. Very well, let's hear the defense's claim. Where is your evidence that contradicts what Mr. Valiant has told us? The crime scene photo. Look at this photograph, Judge. Crime scene tells all, Your Honor. Photo of the crime scene? Oh, this doc of gathers me yearning for black and white, clear-cut simplicity. Tell us, Air Wright, just where is the contradiction in this photo? My pleasure, but I assure you it's quite simple. I can't promise anything in black and white. Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What in this photo contradicts the witness's testimony? The IV color. Remember you said that it was yellow. It's yellow there. Well, Grammary, let's get one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow, yes? Kind of takes the mystery out of it, but yes. Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright? Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take a look at the photo of the crime scene. What's this? Confusion, doubt. Tell us what do your earthly eyes spy? Even my earthly eyes can see a problem here, Mr. Valiant. Look at that IV bag. What is this? What foul magic? It'd be hard to call the IV liquid yellow, and I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of his photograph. Hello. No. Wait. Oh, bunnies popped out and like doves flew out of his thing as well. Order! What does this mean?
Objection!
This is some kind of mistake. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin? Your witness's mistake? The greener they are, the harder they fall. I suppose there's no substitute for experience. Well, Grandma's reminded us several times. The lucky color is yellow, but the IV is clearly not. Well, this contradiction can mean only one thing.
Objection!
And to think, you almost had me. I see your true colors now, Ex-Attorney Phoenix Wright. Something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as this court can tell, this witness's testimony does contradict the evidence. Yes, a contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright. How do you mean? How? Because the witness has made no mistakes. I agree at a glance, the IV liquid does appear sort of greenish yellow. But I assure you, the liquid itself is quite yellow. Yellow liquid? How can you say that? As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green. Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself? The bag? You mean the plastic bag on the hook? Looks like I want to say light blue? Precisely. Figured it out yet? Put the yellow liquid in a blue bag and get green. This incidentally is the liquid's true color. I see. Your explanation does have the ring of truth to it.
Objection!
As I thought. There's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin. What? You may tell a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave. For you, that is. Grave? Liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. But how did this witness know that? It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. Seeing the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know the IV liquid was actually yellow? Order! 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 Mr. White, you'll explain this at once. The witness clearly knew the color of the IV liquid, so I'm sure this means something, but what? I think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Valiant Gramarine, has testified that the IV liquid was yellow because it looked yellow. He'd seen it before, or he knew the IV liquid's color. Well, it's not because it looked yellow. It has to either have been he's seen it before, or he knew the IV liquid's color. So, but how would he? Which is, I guess you would say he'd seen it before would be the most accurate of these. Like, for us, the answer is clear. Yeah, it didn't matter which one. There we present the syringe. Do you have any new evidence yet? I don't think so. No. From the facts before us, the answer is... Actually, if I check that myself, you can see in the... Wait, the syringe. The syringe was empty anyway. We just knew that the IV liquid was yellow. Why? Because he'd seen it before. But not inside the blue bag we see in the photo. He saw the liquid by itself, in a clear colorless bag. Suppose he would have had to, but I'm still not clear as to what all this means. Ask yourself, why would he, if he didn't work at a hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor.
Objection!
I'm afraid I had found nothing. So what if you knew the IV's liquid's color? Leave the getting excited over absolutely nothing to our teeny bopper fans, yeah?
Objection!
IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. Claim, Prosecutor Gavin. I remember it well. However, the critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag. Wait, I know. An hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses liquid. I'm right? As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no. Unlike the sands through an hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body. At which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV liquid has increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in.
Objection!
Let me get this straight, Air Right. Saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag? Not with water, but with IV liquid. Saying the IV liquid was yellow. No, wait! I said wait! How might an amateur such as myself essay to perform such a task?
Objection!
I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup.
Objection!
I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag, quite. Can you prove that witness is capable of such a feat? Here's a point, amateurs. I, at least, would have some difficulty pouring IV liquid into that bag. You don't need be an expert to see the look on this witness's face. He added liquid to that IV to throw off the time of death. I dare these fairy tales lacking evidence. Oh, Mr. Wright, any solid evidence to bring us back down to earth? Valiant Gramarine, I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime. Might I ask what you're strongly suggesting? Magic laws and props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag. All he had to do was work a little magic, and the prop was the syringe. That would make sense. Because that wasn't there when we saw the crime scene either with the two pistols. It was not there. And if you're talking about an actual, like, they wouldn't keep, like, needles around in a hospital. Victim syringe. It's a perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick. Easy enough for an amateur to use.
Objection!
What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid in it.
Objection!
Don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin? What? The victim had the syringe to administer his insulin shots. There should have been traces of insulin left inside. Well, Valent Gramarye? As you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock. One that you could manipulate at will. Do you believe, well, with this being his first, that the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear from Prosecutor Gavin? I'm afraid that while there is a doubt as to the amount of IV liquid in that bag, the time of death cannot be proven. That brings our trial to a close for today. Well, maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. We can do a little much needed investigation work. Ah, here we go. So I guess we're gonna come back. We're gonna come back and do some investigation stuff. And keep in mind, this is the 7 years ago case. We're still gonna get to the end of that case, and then somehow get to the end of the other one too. So there are no objections. Court is. Truly, there's no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. A word to the wise. Underestimate the young, and they'll sweep your feet out from under. In a way you never ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking. What are you talking about? You say the witness used the syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid. There is no proof. It's not proof he didn't do it either. Yes, quite true. He's admitting it. Nor was this witness quite as decisive as I hoped. This I admit, after all, why linger in the past when the future owed so much? You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin? Proof there, Judge. I have another way to prove my case. And evidence, no less. What's this? This is the victim, Magnify Gramarye's diary. Diary? Going into the hospital, Magnify began writing his memoirs, it seems. The story of his birth, his starting debut, and of meeting his disciples. It seems he intended for the last chapter to end, quite appropriately, with his death. Wait, that book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request? Sadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently, the victim wrote in his journal that night, even after the IV had begun at 11 p.m. Let's read it, shall we? Okay, so it says, tonight's IV is in, maybe the last, I leave the rest to them. The first should come soon. This journal may end here or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. I think that says all that is left of mine is to have something. Does appear to have been written just before his death, and there's also a torn page as well. All that is done left is lay down my pen. Court accepts this into evidence. Magnifies diary added to the court record, a memo of sorts written up to just before he died. Read the very last part with particular care. We can check the diary, see if there's anything in that. This is the last page. The diary ends here. What's this? Looks like a page was ripped out. Oh, now that isn't that interesting. Is there anything else to examine? This journal may end here, or it may go on, but no long. That depends on his hand. Of course, by his. You He refers to our defendant, Zach Rammery. That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor, after all. But look at what he said before that. This journal may end here, or it may go on. It may go on. McAfee Rammery intended to write again. That is, Zach Rammery didn't pull the trigger. The defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on. It ends because Magnify's life was brought to an end by the defendant, Zach Rammery. I think it's supposed to be Magnify Rammery. It's probably the better way to say it. Order! 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 Prosecutor Gavin? Are you certain that Magnify Rammery wrote this? There is no mistaking his handwriting. Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, McAfee did intend to continue his diary. Yet if his diary ended here, which plainly it did, then the one who put the trigger was the first visitor, Zach Rammery. Well, how do you like me now, Airlight? Still too green for your test? Hmm? What about the diary being pretty clear? Still, I find it hard to believe that he'd overlook such an obvious problem with his precious evidence. Hello, Mr. White. This testimony we heard was lacking. Put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case. If the diary is accepted like this, the trial's over. Maybe it's time for me to show them something. Show them evidence. So we'll show them the evidence, and we want to show them a notebook page that's missing. Left with no choice but to show my own evidence. What? You have some evidence that overturns this diary? Let me just go to... okay. Leave it at that for now. So today to rethink this and avoid more embarrassment. Very well, please show us your evidence, Mr. White. Incidentally, don't even think of showing us this diary I've shown we've got. Now that we've come this far, we have something a little more decisive. Show us evidence that proves that the victim continued writing his diary. Alright, I'd be happy to. Decisive evidence proving that the diary didn't end. This page is... can I actually go in and actually, like, open up the... Oh, I can't. Can't. So the page is ripped out. I thought I could present the actual torn page. Wait a second, this is the torn page, isn't it? Yeah, because it's... It looks like it is, yeah. So we have the torn page right here. First, take a close look at this diary. Yeah, we have the torn page right here, so it shouldn't matter. Note that the page has been clearly ripped out. What's this? I hadn't noticed that at all. That's why we're still here talking about this. It just so happens. I fear what I believe to be the missing page. I don't believe it. Looking at this page, it's hard to imagine the first visitor that night shot Magnify Gramarine. That's the defense's position. Wait, let me see that. What in Sam Hill? Why, this is the continuation of the victim's diary. Note the torn page of the... Note the torn edge of the page. It's a perfect match with the torn remains of the last page of McAfee's diary. Quite remarkable. Would you care to explain what all this means, Air Attorney? The diary continued after his first visitor came. Which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Gramarine left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Valiant Gramarine. Handwriting, too. Matches that on the other pages. This is, without a doubt, the genuine article. Order! 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 But wait! That's impossible! That old man couldn't have written that!
Objection!
Finally. You just couldn't resist. Good, right. Is this what? Presenting solid evidence? Judge? Yes, Prosecutor Gavin? My dear request we put the current cross-examination on hold. The prosecution would like to call a new witness. Why can't I say this? Slow down and start again. Prosecutor Gavin! There we go. So evidence overturns the current witnesses. I ask only to put it on hold. Please, my new witness has a very, very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes, no more. I promise, Your Honor. Well, if you put it that way, Mr. Wright, what's your take on this? Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyway. So it might as well be sooner. Then, though this is highly irregular, we will put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring us the surprise witness to the courtroom. Alright, who is the witness going to be? Had a bad feeling just then. That ripped out page was too obvious. He must have known. Should have known it was a bad sign all around. Ordering trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin. I beg the court's understanding. But I had to make a judiciary deal with the witness to secure his testimony. This is, okay, this is, never mind, this is, Drew Misham. That's the guy who died in the case that we're working on as Apollo in the future. Because this is 7 years ago, so there must be some reason why you're here. To tie up something. A judiciary deal? The details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. Thought it best to contain the information to this room. Very well. And you are the witness, I gather? Yes, sir. State your name and occupation for the record. My name's Drew Misham. I'm a painter. A painter? And you were somehow related to this case? No, well, not per se. I have one simple question for this witness. Mr. Misham, was it? Do you know what this is? Yeah, I know it well. How's that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before? Yeah, I mean, I made it. You, what? You made it? Yes, you might call it one of my works. The prosecution's office received a tip-off yesterday. Illegal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach Gramarine. Illegal evidence? He initiated an investigation and found his witness. A painter to the world at large, Drew Misham has another side, you might say. He's skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain themes. Forgeries, in other words. Forgeries? Well, so we are to understand that this page here is a fake, prepared by a certain defense attorney.
Objection!
Hold it. I didn't prepare this evidence.
Objection!
The attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume. But what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Phoenix, right? Witness, Mr. Masham, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client? That... I do not know. What? Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. I make the items they want and receive my payment. That's the extent of my contact with them.
Objection!
But there's no proof this is a fake. It's a fake. To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I can say without a doubt, this is mine. I wonder what the special mark is, actually. That's one thing we're definitely gonna have to figure out. Mr. Wright, you have just presented legal evidence to this court. My court. Now remember what we figured out. We said that Drew Misham was a fake forger and the real forger was Vera. It's careless of me. That's all I can say. Oh boy. Here. She gave me the forged note, yeah. What's this? I don't know, just got it over there in the hall. Told me to give it to you, the old boy in the blue suit and spiky hair. Said it was really important. It's all a trap, fatal trap. Granted, you shouldn't be taking random pieces of paper from a 7-year-old girl or an 8-year-old girl and just using that as evidence. I think that's weird. But without, like, thing. Do you have any explanation for yourself? But did but the court hear it? Probably not. Forging evidence is a serious crime. Presenting it in court, serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney. Fated too, perhaps, for your client, I fear. Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear. The guilty one.
Objection!
Your Honor, wait. I understand that presenting forged evidence in court is a serious crime. I cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual. I'm sorry, Mr. White. Your Honor? Another close call, I dare say. If the prosecutor's office had received that odd tip, everything would have gone the way you wanted it to, yeah? Even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself. See no need for further discussion on this matter. Special witness dismissed. Mr. Attorney. Yes? Could I ask your name? Phoenix Wright. Mr. Wright, I have seen and studied many people, but none like you. I'll remember you, Mr. Wright. Oh, I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way. This trial is over. You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must... Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Zack? There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible. I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken, and will certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you. Except, tell me, how you plan on announcing your verdict, when your defendant does not exist. Wait, what? Are we just about to pull a Dumbledore here, where it's like, oh, I would go quietly, but I'm afraid I'm not going to be going quietly, and just doesn't exist? What are you talking about? I am talking about this. Yep, that's exactly what's happened. We just put a Dumbledore in the courtroom. Well, not us. The defendant just put a Dumbledore in the courtroom. Mr. Enigma. The defendant escaped. Find him, quick. Bailiff, close Alexis from the building. Yep, that's what's happened. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape. Yep, they pulled a Dumbledore and decided to that day in that courtroom a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shady Enigma, aka Zach Gramarye, did not just escape from court, he literally, unbelievably vanished. Right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again, not since that day. This is the Gramarye miracle. Yep, he disappeared, alright. No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. That's how it happened. Troll of magician Zach Gramarye vanished along with him for all eternity. Mysteries that remained behind were all solved, however. But not until 7 years later. Yep, there's our to be continued. Definitely gonna have to figure out what's going on now. Save here. Chapter. Troll 7 years ago was the beginning of it all. This I know beyond a doubt. Mysteries of the past work their magic on the present. You'll soon be finding all of this out for yourself. Which of Magnifi Gramarye's disciples pulled that trigger? Where did the vanishing defendants like Gramarye go? What dark truths lay behind lurks behind the forged diary page? What about the girl who was left behind? Wait, we're loading up the Mason system again? Isn't this how the game started? Or the case started? This is how the case started. Okay. Okay. This is different. The past left us 4 keys to unlocking the truth. But that's not all. There are 4 keys in the present as well. When all the questions have found their answers, final trial will begin. First, you must chase truth through then and now. Think of it as a game. Okay. Phoenix Wright will be your guide through this game. A terrible trial story present forged. This is the start. This is the starting. This is the start of. This is either. I can't remember if this is the start of this trial when he did this, or if it's the start of the game. I'm fairly certain he introduces at the start of the game with this introduction, so I think that's what he did. I think this was the start. Ended half finished when the defendant vanished. What became of me after that? As your investigation proceeds, the answer will become clear. And one more thing. There is something I must tell you. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do I have my own weapon of sorts. There's the Magatama! They've brought the Magatama back now. So, if you haven't played the rest of these games, the Magatama can be used to break, it's a similar thing to Apollo's bracelet. What happens is the person you're talking to puts up, like, a bunch of locks that are, like, hiding away the certain thing, and you've got to, like, sort of chip away at the things by presenting evidence or saying certain things so that they open up and speak more. So, that's, I think, how the Magatama worked, but there's been several instances of similar sorts of things, I should say. What does it do, you ask? That I would have you see for yourself. Well now, shall we begin? Use L1 and R1 to jump between the past and the present. But let's begin 7 years ago in the past. It is right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. Now that you know the game, let's play. Okay. So 7 years ago, we have the detention center, defendant lobby number 2, the Wright and Co. law officers, and Drew Studio. And then in the present, We have 4 unknowns that we don't know what they are yet, so, I guess we have to do it in a certain order. We're going to start at the law offices. Nightmare Try was over, and the new nightmare of figuring out what had happened had just begun. I wanted to wake up to walk away, but I figured I'm the only one who could do this, probably. Besides, I had plenty of time. Next to the Bar Association, review board's decision. It's hard to work when your attorney's badge has been taken away. Do we still keep our... We do. We still keep our, court record and, other stuff, I guess. Anything else? This was also added too. Painter known for his illustrations, Poison Drew Studio. And Magnifique Gramarye, founder of Troupe Gramarye and a great magician, mentor to Zack and Valance. Okay. 7 years ago, Wright & Co. Law Officers. Morning, Daddy. I'm so glad you came. You okay, Daddy? They picking on you? I'm fine, as always. So a boy is here to help me, after all. That's young man to you. Good morning, that's a cute outfit you have on. Thanks, my first choice today, after all. 2 weeks had passed since then. Called her into my office. Oh, okay, this was 2 weeks after the thing, so her father has disappeared at this point. Yeah, so you can see how much different the law officers are now compared to what they were when we played, like, in the present. True, so there's something we need to talk about. It's been 2 weeks since your father disappeared. We need to start thinking about your future. Did some calling around. This is hard to say, but you have no living relatives. So, I was wondering if you wanted to stay with me for a while. Just until your daddy comes home. Won't be long. I hope. Of course, it's totally your choice. If you don't like it here, you can go wherever you'd like. I could look up some places you might like to stay. This is so weird. So, Tony, Daddy told me all about you. He said I could trust you. Really? So if I stay here, does that mean you'll be my family? I guess so. Getting weirder. Mr. Attorney. So why don't you call me Nick? Or you can call me Daddy if you'd like. Doesn't have to be today or anything. Okay, say Daddy. That was quick. Yes? If I move here, I have to switch schools, right? I was thinking, I haven't paid for lunches at my last school for a year. So thanks, Daddy. Oh, in this office. It's a little blah. A little color goes a long way, you know. Daddy, you got fired from work, right? Don't you worry one bit. I'll work twice as hard. We'll make it through this. Trucy, how old are you? Oh, I'm 8. Don't let appearances deceive you. I'm a young professional. Stick with me and you'll do just fine, Daddy. Thanks. Why does it feel like she's already in charge? Oh, okay. So, we can end the inquiry, right here, and then, I guess before we go and, like, talk to her and do anything else, we might as well examine the office, just to see what's what. I don't see why we shouldn't. Okay. I still see that hotel from the window here. Every time I look out, I think back on those old cases. The view looks different now that I'm not wearing my old badge. They dig the fire out of you, Daddy. Thanks. She must have learned a lot of words from her parents. I mean, she's also 8 years old. Like, 8 years old, you'd already be in school at this point. Like, I don't see why that's like a big deal. My mentor's favorite plant, Charlie. Guess watering Charlie's my only real job now. Wait, I have a child now. I can't feed Trucy like this. Probably needs more than the occasional watering, too, I'm guessing. My desk. I don't have any reason to sit there anymore. Guess Trucy can use it. It's great for studying math, English, geography, magic. I'm crying? I just got some dust in my eye. Old movie poster hangs on the wall. Finally found out the title after not knowing it for the longest time. I actually rented the movie the other day. Cried my eyes out. Just thinking about it makes me tear up. Wait, it's just allergies, really? Should show it to her when she's a little older. Wait, what was it called again? Alright, I think before I go and continue with what I'm supposed to be doing, I'm going to take a quick break, and we'll be back to... We'll talk to Trucy and see how this Mason system and stuff works, so, just give me a little bit of time, and we'll, let me just, get this sorted out. Remote play muted. Desktop audio on, and mic muted. Still not sure why it does that, but a couple of times ago it didn't, so let me just see if I can fix it. Alright, back a little bit later than I normally would be, but, back normally... What was I trying to say? Back normally than what I would normally be, I should say. Not sure how long I was gone. I didn't check the, probably gone like 10 minutes or something, I don't know. Okay, gotta put this away off. Okay, I think we're back. Just grab something to eat and also, took a break, so... I think we're good. Should be good for the time being. Let's check the... what am I looking for here? Check the, I think I was just talking to the thing, yeah. Quite a collection of law books. I meant to have bought all of them. Just a bit too busy to read them. Now that I have time to read them, there's no need. I could just sell them. Maybe Tracy would want to read them someday. I highly doubt that. Nah. Alright. I think we've done everything in the room. So now we just talk to Tracy, I believe. Yeah, we just talk to Tracy and that's it. I don't think we'll be finishing the case today, just because we've got to, finish all the connections between... I think we probably have to finish 2 cases, one that connect... Unless they both connect somehow. It seems like we've got to solve both cases and get them figured out, so we'll go and see what that is. So, the office. So, Daddy, you got fired from being a lawyer, right? Could at least kind of look aside or something when I say that. It's actually kind of hard for me. Sorry, Daddy. Why is that foolish pride? My other daddy always used to talk about that. Actually, that's pretty accurate. So here's my idea. Make a new office. Well, it just seems so stiff, doesn't it? No one will be my friend at school that way. Well, that won't do, I guess. I just don't know much about anything other than law. Or even much about law, if you were to ask some people. Maybe the problem is calling it an office. You should run an agency instead. You mean like a talent agency? Forgive me for asking, but doesn't that require talent? Got me, don't you? I'm a professional. Professional? Yep. After all, I am directly descended from the famous Sacramento. Directly descended is your father. And now I'm directly descended from the famous Phoenix Wright, too. I think an 8-year-old just massaged my ego. Tell me a bit more about Daddy, is that grammar? Sure thing, Daddy. Which Daddy was that again? Daddy's so amazing. Big a style of trick grammar. And they're big. Memories, they were on TV a lot. Haven't seen them on much recently, come to think of it. Big magic happens when you put Zack and Grammary together, you know? It's made a giant waterfall right there on the stage. This giant trout swam up the giant waterfall. Let me guess, there was a giant fisherman waiting for him at the top. Should have seen more of Daddy's magic. Shouldn't have brought it up so soon. Wonder what'll happen to me with Daddy and Mummy both gone. Yeah, what about Mummy? Don't know anything about Trucy's mother. But I have a magic, and a great daddy even if he was unemployed. You know, I think things are going to be okay. Maybe we should talk about her mother. Professional? So, Trucy, you're a professional. Yes, it's like that thing they say. Maybe frogs grow up to be frogs. They say that? I always thought it was funny, though. What was? Aren't baby frogs called tadpoles? Maybe they thought it would be easier to understand that way for kids. That's stupid. Alright, so in conclusion, you're a professional magician, Trucy. That's right. Whoa, wanna see a trick? You gonna do a magic trick? Do we wanna show her that? We actually do need to tell her to show us, because, that way we get the trick. That way we get something recorded. Actually, I would like to see a trick. Future of ages depends on it, after all. That's the spirit. Ready? Here goes! Ta-da! Oh, it's a different color than Mr. Hat. Hey folks, it's Mr. Hat. Gotta say, it's good to be seen. Whoa, that was startling. Basic Mr. Hat, isn't he great? From the neighborhood, Mr. Hat, your service. Something makes an impression. Doesn't he? So glad you like him, Daddy. And my routines do get a bit heaty at times. Get it? My friendly neighborhood, Mr. Hat nearly gave me a heart attack. Amazing Mr. Hat added court record, Truce's favorite trick, startlingly realistic. I was like, we can examine Mr. Hat, but then we can't. So. Tell me about your mummy, if it's okay. Mummy was so pretty. She was like an angel up on stage. On stage? You mean with your daddy? Yep. She was always there for Zack and Valent, smiling. Then she went away. Went away? It's a grand illusion. She made a mistake. She vanished, and I guess she didn't understand. She didn't know how to get it back. Maybe so. Cried then a lot. That was when Daddy gave me this. Here. This is the pendant that, we had with Trucy. But the person that we have here looks familiar. Because of the hair. This character, I think this character's Lamaroya, the one from the third case, because I remember the hair distinctly, and the color is the same, I think, as well. Her name's Philosopher. That's not the name we know of her. Poor girl, didn't know her mummy had gone missing. You know her daddy's vanished too, right before our eyes. Daddy, you won't... Don't worry, I won't vanish, I promise. Right, can't even do magic. You're like a backup plan. But you always said to have a backup plan. Guess I'll lay rate as a backup plan. TensorFlow Truce's mother for the last one. That's probably enough for today. I'll look at this. Not seeing anything at all on the thing, so. Sorry to ask you so much all at once like that. It's okay, after all, we're family. Just hope you're ready. Right, talent agency opens tomorrow. But are we representing anyone? Me and you. That's two. That makes two, Daddy. Think you need more than that to make an agency. Besides, maybe a magician, but I'm no talent. I'm sure there's something you're good at. Well, when you put it that way, I mean you don't have any tricks? No old standbys? This will not do. We should always have a trick or two in his pocket. Think of something. It's a spirit. See you bright and early tomorrow, Daddy. Welcome to the team, Daddy-O. Team, right. That's it. Sometimes when magicians vanish, they leave something behind. So Trucy became Trucy Wright, my daughter. To be honest, I was pretty lost on those first few days. Thinking back on it, it was a pretty dark time in my life. Trucy, happy, smiling Trucy, she was my light. Alright, so we've finished at the Wright & Co. law offices. Did anything change? Nothing changed here. So now we want to go to the defendant lobby 2 and talk to someone. Alright, 7 years ago, District Court, defendant lobby number 2. Didn't think I'd be back here for a while. Didn't want to have to remember that day. Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, this trial is over. That's Mr. Zack. There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I'm talking about this. So Enigma, the defendant escaped. Find it, quick! Fire left, close all exits from the building! On the double, he must not be allowed to escape. When I came here on that fateful morning, I still had my badge, but now, like an amputated limb, I can still feel it itching. Where do I start? I don't even have the authority to investigate. Are you there, sir? Oh, it's you! Down on the floor! Floor on the head, floor on your head! Now! It's the guy from the, he was also a character in the previous games. So, Thalassa Grammary, age 33, Truce's mother missing after a sudden disappearance. It's a big idea in my ears. No unauthorized personnel are allowed in here. That would mean all unauthorized personnel are allowed. I just said like it is, sir, and it's usually wrong. Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. We've met before, haven't we? on a case 2 years ago. No recollection of that, sir. For me, working on a case is always in the present, progressive tense, sir. There is no past, there is only now, sir. Okay, you're the bailiff, right? Yes, sir. Court Bailiff Mike Meekins at your service, sir. I did not know that you were the bailiff. This is the first time we've actually met. He was in one of the cases as a police officer. But not a bailiff. I must have met with the bailiff at this court who let the magician escape. Let me try to make this as absolutely clear as possible for you, sir. It was me, sir. But you were a regular police officer once, right? Sometimes bad things happen to good people, sir. Something tells me it's a long story. Let's not go there. So you were in charge of security at the time of the vanishing. I'm dying over here. It's a hard knock life, sir. So I had the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, even my wallet. Guess I wasn't the only victim. We can actually examine the courtroom here. This is the first time we've actually been able to examine the courtroom. We may as well do that. Something new has come up, has it? Mike Meekins, age 24. Bailiff responsible for security at the trial where Zach Gramarine vanished. Might as well examine the court. So I don't know if we're coming back here. This was officially a prop in Zach Grammary's last show. Passed through that lobby door and vanished, but to where? He choreographed that entire fateful trial according to this grand scenario. Hate magicians. You know, I think this is the lobby I used for my very first case. This plan has been growing from a rocky to an ace to a has-been. I hate you, Plat. Just kidding. I took a nap on that couch once when I was still practicing law. Boy, was that a mistake. Never even sit on the lobby sofas now. Never let my clients sit on them either. It's bad luck. I've seen that painting 1,000 times, but never really looked at it until now. This man was too stuck in the trials. I've had time to stop and appreciate art. I have time now. Okay, that's appreciated. Actually, it's pretty lame. So now I guess we talk to Mike. Because I don't think there's anything else that's available right now. Alright, Meekins and the Magician's disappearance. Last time we met, you were a police officer, right? In fact, you're still wearing your uniform. It's alright, I wish I didn't have to tell you this. Last year, tragedy struck a rising star at the precinct. Lost my case files 4 times in 3 days. They fired me. Takes real talent, actually. They don't know what they're missing. So here I am, sir. Forced to start from square one, a lowly bailiff. But uniform? Took with me as a souvenir the day I was fired. That can't be legal. So you were the one who let the magician get away that day? Dying over here. Sun rises among the court. Bailiffs full of hope, then tragedy strikes. Is there anything you can tell me about it? About Zach Grumry's disappearance? Oh, the humanity! It's enough of that. The magician's disappearance? Oh yes, I'd say it was around 2 PM when I heard a commotion in court. Opened the door to see what might be amiss. Door slams open, slam, and some guy's face is right there in front of me. Face! So you saw someone suspicious coming your way. Yes, and I, being a bailiff and a little sandy, I gave chase. Chase that silk hat all the way down the hall, sir. A diagram of the court building here. This courtroom 7. That's where I was, sir. All by myself. Nary a friend to call my own. Okay, and which way did Zach Grammary run after bursting through the courtroom door? You know, like this, and around the corner like that. So why with no delay? Went after him with no delay. And turned the corner. Saw that magic man ran into the defendant's lobby. Swiftly I ran. Following him, I threw myself boldly into the room. Well, I remember like it was right there, because it was lobby number 2, sir. You ran into this room? Couldn't see any place to hide in there. Believe it or not, sir, I didn't believe it. Here in this room, the magician, gone, vanished like a puff of smoke. So there wasn't even any smoke, he was just gone. It's impossible. Yes, that word. Oh, how many times have I said that word? The sound of it causing me indescribable pain. I'm dying over here. Okay, I won't say it again, promise. You have to admit, it's impossible, difficult to vanish into thin air. Did you search the lobby? I searched. Why the pause? There was nothing here at all, sir. That's right, nothing was here, sir. How can he talk so loud and still be hiding something? The vanishing trick? Zach was in this room and he vanished. Absolutely, sir. The sorrow of my own eyes. Red silk hat, that flowing cape. You're right in there, right inside this room. Silk hat, cape, that's Zach, alright. Sir, look at the room. So a single place to hide. So there's something I could do, but nothing, sir. What about now? Have any ideas? Ideas about what exactly, sir? If you don't mind me asking. Had quite a bit of time since then. Something occurred to you at all? Do you have any idea what trick he might have used to disappear like that? There must be something. Okay, there's the Cyclops. Okay. So, as I was saying before with the Magatama, basically we have to use evidence to break the Cyclops, and that will allow us to get to the truth of what they're trying to say. My Magatama, one of my most prized possessions when I got during a certain case. You can show me the locks on people's hearts. If I can unlock their hearts, they'll tell me their secrets. Magatama starts it all. And Magatama ends it. Ah, I see what I'm gonna do now. So I think now we use this is where we use the Magatama. So basically what you have to do is use the Magatama on a certain statement, and then you present evidence to break the lock, and then you get the information from them. So we want to present Trucy's profile and the hat profile, and then we talk to him a second time, and then we're done. Alright, so now we have to break the... So we're trying to get down to how Zach Grummer is able to disappear. Okay, we actually get health bar here. Mr. Meekins, what do you know? Spit it out. Hey, what's with the atmosphere in here all of a sudden? You know something, I'm gonna find out what. Is that Grummer vanished from this room? How did you do it? Oh, sir, well, sir, I can't say as sir. Why are you so nervous if you aren't hiding anything? Well, sorry. You see, at times, sir, I was here and... It was impossible! What could such a little girl possibly do anyway? What did you just say? Did I just say something, sir? Then you screamed it through that megaphone of yours. There was someone else in the room, wasn't there? So I'm gonna have to invite my rider to remain instead of not talking. It's okay, Megan, you don't have to tell me who Zach's accomplice was. I know who was here in this room that day. The only she is a magician that we know of is, yeah.
Take that!
Never seen that girl until just the other day. Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying him. So that day she was here, in the room, sir. But he wasn't. You mean you chased her into this room? Not him? So my days at the police office are literally days, I learned a thing or two. Okay, just one thing, but it was how not to mistake a girl for a 7-foot tall magician. I didn't realize he was 7 feet tall. That is very tall for a magician. "7 feet? Zach isn't even tall. Isn't that tall, is he? You have a point. Kind of hard to imagine anyone would mistake a little girl for Zach Grummer. But you saw something. Therein lies the trick. I think you know what it was, Mr. Meekins. Tell me, does this trick look familiar? The trick would have to be this.
Take that!
What's that? The girl's favorite trick, the amazing Mr. Hat. She uses it in her show down at the Wonder Bar. Well, in this case, she wouldn't have a show at the Wonder Bar because of the, she's only like 8 years old. Been to the Wonder Bar. Wasn't a wake dream, was it, sir? Come again? That night on stage, I saw a vision, except it wasn't a vision. It was a hat. An amazing Mr. Hat. He really exists. Alright, now we can ask him what we need. Alright, clearly, the details are a little vague. It's like Grummer exited the courtroom. Gave chase and cornered him in the corner room. Sir. It's like Grummer, don't even think you can escape Meekins. Down on your hands, floor on your head. Hello? Something the matter, mister? No, that is... So I'm currently chasing a suspect, sir. Zach Grummery, do you know him? Oh, I love Zach Grummery. His magic is the best. I'm his biggest fan. I see, that's why you're wearing that costume you're wearing. And you wear that very same Zach Grummery. Zach came into this room. No one's been in there except me. But he has to be in here somewhere. Under the sofa, in the trash can, behind the painting, under the rug. Trilogy was his accomplice. Imagine my astonished surprise when 1 month later, just happened to walk into a bar and see him. Mr. Hat? Couldn't believe my own eyes. For a while I thought it had all been a long dream. A dream that lasted a week. But it wasn't the magician who disappeared, Mr. Hat. The trick vanishes. Oh, it seems complex. What really happened that day was quite simple. Standing by the door, and out came Zack. That wasn't all. Another person got in on the act, and she was standing in front of lobby number 2. Along with Mr. Hat. The beauty of it, isn't it? While he was standing in shock and amazement, the magician rounds the corner. And most likely runs through the closet door into lobby number 1. This is where you come. Turn the corner, in rather lukewarm pursuit. And at the very moment, Trucy runs into lobby number 2. Then all she has to do is tuck away the amazing Mr. Hat. Sorry. I only lost sight of him for the briefest of moments. Then I saw that cape. Zack Montgomery's red cape, fluttering like a cape. Astonishing, sir. Astounding, sir, I should say. My days of posting queries and making inquiries and chasing quarries wasted. It was as if I could see in the melting eye lake. An ice cream cone left by the side of the road to die. The scattered remains of a messily eaten chocolate parfait. Such sweet sorrows. Sorry. I had no idea how much you'd suffered on account of this case. Deny, sir. Apologized to people many, many times, sometimes more than once. This is the first time anyone's ever apologized to me. Actually, about that girl. Sort of her guardian now. Is that so? So you should know that I harbor no ill feelings whatsoever in my harbor. That's the defend and escape. That's the sign called truth. Just another step on my way from seeing the blues to wearing the blues. Someday, sir, I'll be standing side by side with the great detective Gumshoe. Mr. Meekins. This is a free ticket to the show at the Wonder Bar. If you want. It's an honor, sir. Sir, I can't count the number of things I've taken from me, sir. But no one's ever given me anything for free. Right, I'll see you in court next time then, sir. Look forward to it. All eyes were on Zack Montgomery that day in court until his mysterious disappearance. Now part of the mystery's been revealed, the magic remained out of sight. It was 7 years before I met him again. Okay, that's 2 down. Anything change here? Ah. Okay, unlock the Borscht Bowl Club, which is where we were for the first, we were there, at the Borscht Bowl Club for the first, case. Although we didn't get to examine that, I don't believe, so... so now, what's happened is we now know how he vanished, and then we're gonna go to the present. I'm gonna ask a bunch of questions again. And then present the locket to him. So present the locket at the end, but, so examine, talk, and then present. So, I guess we're returning to the very first, present day, Borscht Bowl Club. Oh wait, this is the present day. Taking my leave now. Still have some work to do back at the office. And I guess I'll go back to my piano. To be honest, it's better when you aren't playing. This frigid culinary dungeon almost feels comfortable. later then. 2 hours left on my shift. Wonder if we'll get any customers tonight. This place looks really cold, actually. Do you know who I am? Who I am? No, but if you play it, if you hum it, I can play it. Just kidding, I don't do requests. How about a different sort of request? This outfit definitely looks like something that Kyu would wear. So you play cards. Customer. I was just hoping someone would come in and save me from a night at the Keys. Secret Duel competition. I've heard the Borscht Ball Club is the place for this. Now I see the rumor is true. This is a friend of yours? Don't mind me, friendly neighborhood newsman. He will not be playing tonight. When his business is finished, I shall send him home. This competition will be between us, no others. White Talent Agency represents 2 artists. And I'm number 2. I play piano, well, sort of. It's actually just a front for my real talent, which is playing poker. Don't ask me how I got started, I don't remember. But I'm good, real good. Didn't take long for the rumors to get around. Go to the Borscht Ball Club if you want a real game. That guy never lost. That guy's never lost. People don't come to hear me tickle the ivory. They come to watch me play cards. Is this a seedy poker club? No, it's a restaurant. We don't play for high stakes. There's no money involved. Real players carry cash. They're always thirsty. It's a handy source of income for the club owner. Let's compete. I'll take you to the room. Hideout, yes? Before we go... Yes? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shardy Smith. I'm Brusher, Spark Brusher, news reporter. I'm... No, Phoenix Wright. Must always look a man in the eye when you make your introductions. Still do not know who I am. We met? Yeah, it is the same person. Today in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I'm talking about this. Mr. Enigma? The defendant's escaped. Find him, quick! Where are the closal exits from the building? The double, he must not be allowed to escape. You can't be, but you're... Is that Gramarye? Guess the reincarnation act of the century. But I have only an audience of 1. You. Is that Gramarye? This must be a bad dream. Since this guy ruined my life. You there. Duh. We will play soon. Maybe the room. Ready the room. Duh, we'll be preparing the hideout for you. So I guess this is a reminiscence of all the previous cases, potentially, because of the paintings, remember, reflecting those as well. You really him? The Zach Gramarye? Now I am Shardy Smith, remember this. How many years has it been now? 6? Exactly 3 days from now it'll be 7. Caused you much inconvenience, I fear. Yeah, you could say that. She, well, Trucy, I mean. She's fine. Got her working already, if you don't mind. Need hardly express my gratitude, but you have it. That's why I have come. That to settle a matter of cards. But what you mean poker? Those eyes, he's serious. Despite losing above all else. So I've decided that I will win tonight, no matter what it takes. Now this guy's type, and they're dangerous. Everything's about the competition, well that's the secondary. Perhaps we should take this time to talk before we play. You have much to ask me. You. So I said I want to examine first, then talk, then present the locket. Grape juice, is it refreshing? You should drink too much and it ends up making me thirsty. Oh, Mr. Wright. There is something inside that bottle. It's my business card. Not surprised at all, but you don't like magic. Sure felt surprised. Maybe I had my poker face on. I'll see, it comes as quite a surprise. Never knew you played. Do anything else if I could. Believe me. Oh yeah, there's something you could help me with. Do you think you could make that piano disappear? Help out in a lot of ways, really. So the funniest thing's the straightest face. People always tell me that, except I wasn't joking. Well, the restaurant tables. This one's the closest to the piano. Which makes it the hardest to eat out of here. On days when I'm playing, that is. What do you think about the ukulele? The sound is slight, the annoyance curtailed. A ukulele in a Russian restaurant? And you must go to a Hawaiian restaurant. Hawaiian shirts don't go with my complexion. I give up. That's everything, I think. There's nothing else that I'm seeing here. Okay, the mini competition. We competed that day 7 years ago, too. Just a bit surprised. Called to the detention center out of the blue. Showdown time. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I've played for a long time. And I've only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. Chose to defense attorneys by playing poker. Some are hired, others fired. When you compete, you see a man's true nature. You know what I speak of. I know that you do. Trilogy's power. Trilogy, she's in a class of her own. For 7 years I've played poker here at the Borscht Ball Club. I've never lost once. Good, but not that good. Because whenever there's a big game, I bring in Trilogy. She sends me signals. Daddy, he's got a good hand. Might have a chance if you act quick. Better call him soon. Can you tell me what her power is? Judging a person's thoughts by reading their reactions is a staple of performance magic. Those of Trilogy's line possess far greater skill. Her line? Recall, you were the second man to whom I lost. A Magnify Gramarye. That was the first time I learned of this power, as you call it. Wait, so you're saying the power is genetic? It's just in the Gramarye blood or something. Blood? Oh, so he's putting his psych locks up. Sorry, but it's not something that's told lightly to outsiders. There's nothing you need to know at this time. Some kind of grammary secret then. Fine. I guess I can't break this at the moment. It's 15 this year. Still trying my best to follow your footsteps, you know. See. I planned my disappearing act. It was the thought of her alone that gave me pause. Wait, you were planning on vanishing from the get-go? Yes, and for that I must apologize. However, I could not be found guilty that day. Because of this. Transferal of rights. You see the signature? Transferal. It's McAfee Grammar signature, isn't it? Hereby give all rights to the secret staging and performance of my magic. To the recipient name below. And to the recipient's name. Is Yuzak, right? Hang on 1 second. We haven't seen that page yet, and that might be, because we have two. That looks like 2 torn pages now. I think we've got 2 torn pages. 1 page. I can't bring it up because that one was just there. It was. Where's the torn page? We have this notebook page. This particular notebook page was the one that they said was forged. However, they've just shown us another one that looks exactly the same in terms of the torn page, but it has stuff about giving the rights away to, McAfee giving his, rights to the magic away to Zach. That is no longer there, so I'm wondering what's happened in that case. Because one of them, they've already confirmed that this particular note, I believe, was, the forgery. So there has to be something that's happening with that. But this page looks torn. Called the diary, yes? First, take a closer look at this diary. The page has been clearly ripped off. It just so happens. I have here what I believe to be the missing page. Wait, let me see that. How could I forget? A scrap of paper lost me my attorney's badge. It's the real page that was torn from the book. McAfee gave it to me that night. You could have told me this earlier, like 7 years earlier. Once again, I must apologize. It was all I could do to prepare myself for my escape from that court. Transferal of rights. Greatest of McAfee Grammari's illusions are true art. As such, they are well protected by this document. Only its bearer may perform its illusions on stage. Sounds like a pretty important thing to have if you're his disciple. As a rightful heir to his art, I too wanted a rightful heir. Rightful? Sure you know who I chose as my successor. Your daughter. That is why I've risked all to come here tonight. Russell? Sir, here you go. What's this? A letter passing the rights I've inherited to Trilogy. Ah, that's what it was for. Who was it that gave it this? Someone gave us this. Who gave it to us? Someone gave us this actual letter. I can't remember who it was. I think Phoenix might have given it to us. I think Phoenix gave Apollo this letter and said, do not open this until the time is right. So they're saying that this letter, particular letter here, has the rights to pass the magic that McAfee Grammary has done to another, to somebody else. Okay, let me just, I should turn the light on real quick. least that means now if it gets dark, it's either going to be one of two things when I turn the light. Either the glare is getting too much, or the room's getting too dark. So at least with turning the light on, I can like mitigate both of those things. Hopefully it doesn't decide, hey, I'm gonna just, it's too bright because it's a skylight. There's a chance it's gonna be like, oh, hey, it's too bright outside. I'm gonna turn the light off. So hopefully that doesn't happen. I have to sign here as a witness. But not a lawyer anymore. You need a public notary, besides. May not look it, but I'm a certified notary. You are? By day I wear notary's glasses and not for news. Also by day I wear reporter's glasses and notarize. When I take off the glasses, I can't see very well. Signature, please. It's the first reason I've come here tonight. Transfer of rights added to the court record. Document transferring the right to perform the grammary repertoire to daughter Trucy. So we don't know what is the transfer of rights in the present day as Apollo. Now we know what the actual now we know what the pink envelope is for, but we aren't in the present day yet, so we'll get back there at some point. Finally figured it out. Now I know why you've come out of hiding only now. It's been 7 years, you said. Precisely. Okay. I don't know if we have the thing to break the thing yet, so... There's a law that covers the situation. After 7 years, missing persons are considered to be legally deceased. So if someone was to vanish from the face of the earth 7 years ago, they would lose all rights as a living person after 7 years from that day. Not to mention all of their possessions. Exactly, which is why I'm here. Just show my face in public for the sake of this document. I'm not sure how that works, though. So they're saying that you forfeit all rights as a living person. Would this mean that if someone were to murder somebody and they went missing for the 7 years, and then after that time came back alive, would that then be considered like they... I guess it wouldn't, because that would also imply that if someone escaped prison... If somebody escaped prison and didn't get found for 30 years, and then got found, that would imply that, oh, well, it's been 7 years and no one knew where I was, and then I made myself known. That would not... I don't think that would be legal. Well, it wouldn't make any sense, anyway, because that would basically mean, hey, if I can stay on the run for 7 years, then no one is going to, what is it called? No one would be able to take, advantage of that, I guess. Because there's been plenty of people who've been on the run from prison breaks or something like this for longer than, for many years, and yet, yeah, I don't think that's how it would work. Because there is a statute of limitations, but the statute of limitations is more so being tried for certain crimes, and that's like 15 years, I believe, after the fact. But then there's also technicalities after that, where if new evidence comes in and all sorts of things like that. Like, say I'm securing my daughter's inheritance. Do you really need this document? Wouldn't Trucy inherit your estate automatically? Not in this case, I'm afraid. This case? Yes, I received the performance rights from Magnifi Grammar. However, this was done in secret without witnesses. Before Magnifi died, 2 potential successors to his repertoire were named. Myself, Zach Grammary, and Valid Grammary. Not Trucy. I see, so you do need this document. I have known Brushel since before I vanished. He is a man I trust. Now only 3 know of my rebirth. Liberty of looking at Trucy's background. Found you had no other close kin. It is as you say. I'm hoping you'd say something about the mother at this point. No, everyone else, but Trucy's mother, it's a mystery. I don't think I can use the Magatama right now. The only reason I don't think so is because I think I need proof of other... Unless I present the locket to him. That might be what I have to do, because I do have to present the locket at something. Let's see if it doesn't tell me. Yeah. I cannot break the Cyclops yet. I still need evidence by the looks of things, so I can still present him the locket, but I don't think we can break the locks as of yet, looking at this. The person in the photo was Trish's mother. How'd you come by this? Trish showed it to me. She said her mother was gone. Then it is so. She's gone. What more is there to say? Lots? I know. Well, you're still here. According to my in-depth research, Trish's mother, McAfee Grammary's only daughter, end quote. McAfee's daughter? Is that true, Mr. Zack? Brusher, you say too much. Why am I the bad guy? Why? Zack decked him. In any case, Mr. Wright, this discussion is over. Professor Grammarly, she's the most mysterious of the whole lot. Just gather me some more evidence, clearly. Well, the prelude may have been longer than the main attraction. Shall we begin our game? My final competition. Final? Why? She said I have come out of hiding today to make this document legally binding. Once that is done, I shall slip once more underground. That seeing your daughter? It'd be best if I did not. 7 years ago we played. 7 years ago I lost. Already lost to Magnify. Do not care to lose to another. I have heard that you never lose. It's just a rumor. Yes, for it is impossible to never lose, unless one has an 8 up one sleeve. As a magician, it causes me no end of irritation. I think a mere lawyer might be out there, pulling the wool over so many others' eyes. Hey, I just signed your document for you. Maybe you could try lightening up. That was that. This is this. For my final competition, I will destroy your perfect record with Phoenix, right? This will be my final performance. You are warned. This guy's beyond serious. So much for a fun evening of cards. I'm sure you may leave. But it's your last game. I mean, what a scoop. I punch and I punch, but still it isn't enough. Just remember the future private engagement. Toodles, gentlemen. Oh, but nice meeting you, piano man. Let us begin. Jailer? Duh. You will be witness to our competition. Duh, it is honor for me. Why haven't I seen her around here before? Oh, that reminds me. Saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. Did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe was his name. You know him? After a fashion? Listen, Phoenix, right? One can learn much from a shoe competition. Remember this. Oh, I thought he was going to say something else. Never mind. Grammarly power. It's close to understanding it, but I needed more. I knew where to get it. Trish's mother. I need to meet that reporter again, that was clear. And one other thing. From the moment my final competition with Zack had begun that night, a name was running through my head. The name of a man now in prison. Names like Grammarly knew, but how and why? Yeah, I think we have to come back to do the so we got Solitary Cell 13. Which we've not been... this is a completely new place, we've not been here at all. So, we'll go there. Thank you for the tab and the look, Cat. I was in your stream earlier today, before I had started, but I was kind of busy trying to organize other things because I was in a bit of a rush. Thank you for the support. Pull a funny face though. What? Oh, or what? What happens if I don't pull the funny face? There you go. There's your funny face. I don't know. I would have had one of the characters pull a funny face, but you can't actually do the thing. I don't know. So we're gonna talk, and then we do examine the. Actually, no, we'll do the examination first. Might as well. Yeah, of course, it's beautiful. Definitely not the look of a serial killer. Don't tell anybody. Don't tell anyone it's our secret. No one must know the no one must know the real truth behind the smile. Present day, Central Prison, Solitary Cell 13. What a... Okay, so... This guy is up for murder. And his prison cell is not a normal solitary cell. You've got a library of books, picture frame, like a desk, a comfy chair. How does this work? Like... I've always wondered how this happens in anything. Like, I guess people would pull the strings to be able to, like, people would pull strings to get, like, what is it called? Favors in prison and stuff, but it's like, this person murdered somebody. I just don't understand. So this is an unexpected surprise. What errand brings you down to my cramped confines? Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago? Passes like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right? You look well, Phoenix, right? You too, Gavin. I'm still not sure what kind of voice I want to pull for him. Obviously, he's supposed to be German because he's the brother of Clavier, but like at the same time, he's kind of like the villain. So I wanted to try and do a villainous voice. Probably better to talk first. Life has been full of surprises for both of us. No doubt you never expected to lose that attorney's badge of yours. I'll bet you never expected to wind up here. Shardy Smith is the name of the man you killed. Did you know who he really was? Who he was? It's like Grammar, you know the defendant? I remember him, of course. Did you say Smith was Zack? Impossible. Don't even try to tell me it was a coincidence. What did I just say? Life is full of surprises, don't you think? After that trial, you were arrested and found guilty. But your motive was never made clear. Mistake I plan on to remedy. You're not an attorney anymore, Phoenix Wright. What possible conclusion do you think this investigation of yours can lead to? I killed a man named Smith with a bottle because I'm an evil human being. Isn't that enough? And for me, it isn't. Need to know why you did it, Gavin. A 7-year-old case. Call that case 7 years ago? Ah, yes, the trial where Zack Grammar pulled his famous vanishing act. My brother won his fair share of praise and adoration for that trial, as I recall. Genius prosecutor reveals crooked attorney, was it? That was when I met you, wasn't it? Was it now? The Bar Association Review Board voted unanimously for the strictest punishment. Unanimous, save for one dissenting opinion. Yours. It's my brother who was responsible for putting you in that position after all. For 7 years we've been friends. And yet, I still don't understand you. Right, your friendship towards me was never pure. You suspected me then, as you still do now, don't you? Honestly, right now, I'm not sure what I think. Reason for murder. Didn't just brain a guy with a juice bottle for no reason. Tell me why you did it. Persistent, aren't you? Came here, because I remembered something. Night of our game. It's like Grandma mentioned your name, Gavin. Oh, that reminds me. Saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. Did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe was his name. After that, he was killed, and I asked you to help me. Because I remembered your kindness back when everyone had turned on me. Seemed to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Did. Someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that? I have to know. Why did you kill Shady Smith? No, Zach Grammary. He has Cyclops now. Never seen Cyclops like these before. Oh, he's got 5 of them. Dark, cold, full of despair. Can I even unlock these things? Something wrong, right? No, it's nothing. You shouldn't push yourself so hard. Life's to be taken easy, you know. Hang on 1 second. This is the same... Why do we keep seeing this? Like, we keep seeing this and they're saying that it's got something to do with nail polish. You've shown it and Vera has shown it. So there's something definitely up with that. He's doing his nails. I guess I can't get anything out of him right now because I'm looking at the Magatama. I can't even present anything on this. It won't let me. Let's examine. Let's look at this cell. This cell is. This isn't a cell for someone who's killed somebody. This is like somebody's like study area. This is like a study nook. Thinking what self-respecting man would use nail polish. Really, your nail appearances are a big thing with you. You know what I say? One cannot live a beautiful life without beautiful nails. First-rate in all things, except nothing less. It certainly does look like first-rate nail polish. I like the sparkly bottle. It's crystal. If you're so drawn to it, please have one. It's on me. Yeah, this is the exact... Okay, so that particular thing that I brought up is, it's a nail polish, found in Christoph Gavin's cell. The nail polish is colorless. Vera was using this, I believe, because we saw her pull it out and she was doing her nails before the, the trial. And she pulled that out. Actually. So there's gonna be something up with that, I reckon. Let's see if there's anything that we can look at for this. Nothing on like any of the hands, nothing on the bottom. Ariadone. I've heard of that brand. Yeah, thank you for the double tap. This must be the brand symbol. It's supposed to be some kind of flower. Wait, no, maybe it's a hand. Wait, on second thought. Is that an eagle? Who makes these things up anyway? think they'd try for a clearer symbol at least. We didn't check the other thing too. We didn't check this. Now, so after yesterday's stream, we had a really good stream. It was like 8.5 hours, but I stayed on like 5 views for quite a while, for like half the stream. So it shot my average from 2.4 to 2.57. So that's that really did make a difference. Zach's signature. Sure, he's written it many times, being an ex-star and all. But there's plenty of people out there who queue for a Zach Grammary autograph. So we're taking the bottle with us. Nice roses. Taking care of this one here. Ah, yes, she's surprisingly delicate, you know. Requires careful tending. She is my best friend, as they say. Best? Come on. Now I'm starting to feel bad for you. Of course, she's known to bite if handled roughly. Your rose bites? We're speaking of the photo next to the rose. My retriever, Vongole, cute but feisty. Every dog has its thorn. Should have become a cat person, Phoenix. Should have become a cat person. Cats definitely don't bite, wouldn't do that kind of thing. Instead they climb over everything, they chew your wires, they scratch, they... I don't know what else they do. What else do cats do that people don't like? I'm not really like an animal... Well, I'm a for the animal person, but I don't have any animals myself. I'm not an animal person, I guess in that case Strange, you know. Here I'm in solitary and the books keep piling up. Looks like you've got more than books up there. Yes, my collection. A few friends on the prison staff. They showed me a little kindness. Just a little? Yeah, I guess this helps to have friends in high places because, yeah, there's no way that anyone's getting, basically an entire, like, study as a prison cell, but somehow you've done it. Here. Some chair just looking at some chair just looking at it makes me want to take a seat. Probably have to add a whole digit to the price of one of my office chairs. And here, a comfortable chair is the most valuable thing in the world. You have to add 2 digits to the price of the standard prison issue chair for this. These prison chairs don't look so bad either. Maybe I should redecorate. Assuming the letter is the only thing, the envelope. The envelope's been bothering me since I came in here. It's not nice to pick up other people's mail. You get mail here in jail? That I do. They read it first, apparently. Still, I am allowed the pleasure of correspondence. Packages and the like are a different matter, however. Looks like sneaking a peek is out of the question. Is that everything? I think so. Examine the nail polish. We got the nail polish. Examine the letter. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else we can do because of the psych lock. We don't have any way to... We haven't got anything new that we can break with this. So now we're going to go end inquiry. Nothing new that popped up as of yet. So I'm noticing that these aren't completed yet, so there must be a reason as to why, like, they're not ticked off. So we're probably gonna have, I think we have to return here for the Grammary secret, and we have to return here to try and break the psych lock. I think. Alright, so back to the past. So you can see that these two are already done because we've already, So, when we see the ticks next to the name, we know that we've completed everything there. So we're going to go to Drew Studio next. So I guess in this case we'll examine first, then present the notebook and then talk. That way it gets 3 things out of the way. 7 years ago, Drew Studio. Yeah, this looks completely different to what I figured you'd come here sooner or later. So I don't see no Dream Machine, was it? I haven't done anything illegal. I didn't come here to whine about past events. I wanted to ask you some questions. Suppose you have that right. That day, the entire court descended into chaos. Only you stood still, your eyes calmly watching. I admit it made quite an impression on me. Used to finding myself in outrageous situations. Phoenix right, was it? I'll answer what I can. Not sure, but it feels like I'm being watched intensely. This is my daughter, Vera. Say hello. So this is all of the characters 7 years prior to how we know them now. She's gone. Shall we begin then? Okay. Well, we still have 2 areas that we can... So everything here is so much different to how it was when we first saw it. So let's go and... I said I would examine first and then talk. Examine, then present, and then we talk. Yeah, there's absolutely no way I'm going to finish this case by today, I don't think. Going home by any chance? No, I was just checking out the door. Good thing I'm far too stubborn to take hints like that. Also, yeah, you can notice there's no mailbox. The paintings obviously are different. A lot of stuff that's here is that I can see there's the stamp, there's the hand, there's an envelope there. Some of these machines over here were completely different, like these paintings weren't here. I can't like bring up, I don't think I have a picture of the actual area before and after. Well, 7 years in present, I should say. Paints are scattered all around, probably the ones he's currently using. There's something very artistic about a messy room. Not that this is anything compared to my office. Guess that would make my office a masterpiece. What's this painting here? Oh, that's one of mine. It's an illustration for a book. It's not on sale yet, of course, but it might be a good business. So, Father, I'd like to be able to put food on my daughter's table. I don't feel like I know anything about, at least not yet. Anything else with the paints? No? Paints and pigments are lined up on the shelves. Some noticeable gaps. It's embarrassing, but I can't afford all the paints I want. Just I'm buying the ones I use with my own money. I can see how you want to do that, sure. Perhaps you've heard that you can make any color, as long as you have the 3 primary colors. Well, it's a lie. Poor guy. I think that's partially true. The issue is that, like, even with the 3 primary colors, you need to have so much % of each color to be able to get it exactly right. And also it helps to have other colors. I guess technically you still can. The reason why it would still work like that is because, how do I put it? So you've got your primary colors, being red, blue, and yellow. How do you make like the color green lighter without white? Like you need to have white, you need to have white and black paints to be able to make colors darker or lighter. So technically, even though you could do it with the 3 primaries, it's you need your black and your white paints as well. Maybe just settle on over here for a closer look. Stu and Vera. Yes, we took that one recently. No, I'm a painter. Why not paint a portrait instead? Never been that good at people, unfortunately. Right, shouldn't you practice? It's an awfully small frame. What's that inside it? A stand? Oh, please don't touch that. I'll get into trouble. The stand belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it. It's like in Valen. Grummaries, isn't it? Post office issued that commemorative stamp last year. The Grummaries were at the height of their popularity. Not anymore. And not one of them has vanished off the face of the earth. Vera went to see one of their shows when she was quite small. She's been a dedicated fan ever since. She watched them every time they came on TV, until the end. See. It's quite hard to come by out here. Still wonder how she got her hands on it. Commemorative stamp adds the court record. Commemorative stamp showing the troop grammar. Can I, like, examine this in any way? Oh. Can't even, like, swivel it around or anything. So for a small frame, it's a commemorative stamp with the grummaries inside. It's a pretty bottle. Oh, don't touch that, please. I'll get in trouble. Belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it. She looks at it often. It's a light pink fluid inside. Nail polish, I'm guessing. It's this red envelope. Don't touch that. It's quite important. Painter's face has changed hues. Guess I better behave. I was tempted to just grab it. It's interesting about how his reaction to the actual stamp, his reaction to the nail polish about don't touch it, and then also his reaction to this envelope. Like, all of these things are here for a reason, and they don't want anybody else doing stuff with them. So, there's definitely something up. Definitely something afoot. Because these gizmos are painting, they're pretty elaborate. Are those? Those are for painting. They're for analyzing. Paint composition, age, every conceivable angle. Tools of the forgery trade, I guess. Some finished painting stuck here. They don't look all that bad, really. So you want 50 cents. It's okay, they look kind of heavy. Maybe he needs to work on his sales technique a bit. I mean, that definitely would be worth more than 50 cents. Like, no wonder you're like having some issues. Alright, present the... What do I need to present to him? Present him the notebook page, and that should give me the, then I can get more talking done. Your work? Don't try to pretend you've forgotten. Sure, all you did was make a copy. That copy might have destroyed the life of an innocent man. I'm responsible too, which is why I have to know. And you have to tell me. I knew it would be difficult to escape this. Then let's talk. Okay, so that should unlock a third conversation. So, Mr. Michel? Judging from this place, you're a painter. Not sadly a profitable one. You've never sold a painting. It's a source of considerable embarrassment. Would be able to get by were it only me. Your daughter. Her mother grew weary of me and left. I don't want her to grow up need you, Mr. White. That is why I began my other occupation. Forgeries. Okay. Don't look at me with those eyes. I know what it is that I do. More than half of the paintings they bring me are stolen. Who knows what my copies are used for? Some of your works aren't paintings, correct? You may not believe me when I tell you this. That was my first work, outside of painting. I think it would be used as evidence in a murder trial. Never even imagined the possibility. Then why did you take the job? I was well paid, very well paid. I think he feels worse about it than I do. Past is hard to escape. Honestly, the sooner I can put this behind me, the better. Apologies to you, of course. Sorry, but it's not going to be that quite so easy. He's trying to forget what he's made. Looks like I'll have to remind him. So, McAfee's diary. Well then, ready to tell me about your this work you did? It was unlike anything I had attempted before. Guess it would be a little different from paintings. But it's not what I mean. All my previous work sufficed to create a copy. Suppose on a copy? The client gave me two things that day. The first was a sample page as reference. The second, a printed document I can only surmise was written by my client. So I used the real writing as a reference to reproduce what the client wrote. Yes, as I said, it was my first job of that nature. Who's your client? She said in court, do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them. Personally, Yep. There goes the Cyclops again. Getting locked out of these conversations right now. Cyclops, of course. Seems like you're still hiding something. Something about this work. Yep, we can present now. Cool. We should be able to present. So, we want to talk about the Forger, and then present her profile, and then we get to talk a little bit more. And... let's try and break his psyche. We've already done some of the examinations to the right, so we should also be able to just immediately talk to him about his daughter. You're hiding something. Let's hear it then. What are you hiding from me, Mr. Masham? Sorry, but I really don't know. Never met the client. Sorry, when I asked the client's name, there was no Cyclops in sight. Regardless, you're hiding something. You have to be, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. Why are you doing this to me? Well, I've made my stand, no backing down now. So what Misham's hiding is the Forger, the sample of the client. It's the Forger. Pretty much piece together what it is from what you said. What is it then? Tell me what you knew about the client. And I couldn't see any Cyclops. Cyclops? Is that some kind of sort of asylum security or a new haircut perhaps? Then they did show up, didn't they? Who was your client? Said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them. Personally. Not personally. Those words triggered the Cyclops. Again with the Psycholox. Now I must really know what they are. So you didn't meet with the client. Someone else did. Maybe the real Forger behind this evidence. Perhaps I'm hung up on this luck business. But I'm afraid you've lost me. Yeah, well, I didn't come here to talk about Cyclops. As long as I come to the right conclusion, doesn't matter how I got there. Your conclusion is... the real Forger behind this wasn't you, Mr. Masham. Poppycock. Don't know what you're talking about. That's my work, I tell you. Made here in my studio. Who else could it have been but me? That's the real question, isn't it? If the Forger wasn't you, then I don't have many other people to choose from. Real forgery studio was, we already know this to be, we already know that it's gonna be Vera because of the other case, the Apollo case. The real forger? It's your daughter, Vera Masham, isn't it? Ridiculous, my daughter's only 12 years old, Mr. Wright. I've always been more one for landscapes, not surrealism. Nice comeback, but you're shaking your boots. I've got you now. The only two people with access to this studio are you and your daughter. Cyclops tell me you're not the forger, which makes your daughter the only possibility. I feel very much on the verge of going psycho like myself. There we get the... Now we can talk to him about this. Don't know how you knew, but you're right. The one who made this page is my daughter, Vera. Not I. She's only 12. A genius, you might call her. Precocious little girl outshining her father. There's been a lot of that going around recently. I let her play in the studio and she watched me. She taught herself in that way. Drafting tools and analytical devices I bought when they became necessary. My little girl's playthings now. But it took a bit of fatherly pride. So Vera was the one who made this page. Would she know who the client was then? She believed that the client came once. Here to the studio. Why didn't you say so sooner? The face was covered. They did not want to talk to me. So they talked to your daughter? I would speak only with the artist, the client told me. And that little girl is the key to our mystery client's true identity. Daughter? Okay, what do I do now? Maybe I should talk to her father a bit more. Or is it time to turn my attention to Vera? I probably have to go and talk to her at this point. We'll present the... If we present the stamp to her, and then we say about the great magicians, then we talk to her a bunch. This is quite a long one. I figured we had to talk to her anyway, because we can't get anything else out of him. Mr. Masham, I have a request. Let me guess. I'd like to speak to my daughter. Can I? My daughter has never been one to talk to strangers. She's quite shy. Extremely so, actually. With only one exception. Which was? Oddly enough, it was that client. I left the studio while they talked. I returned when they had finished, and she was laughing. It's the first time I had seen anything of the sort. Please, let me speak with them. Right? Uh-oh, this could be tough. Present the stamp to her first. Then there's this. Hey, stamp. Hey, she spoke. She can talk. Yeah, so this stamp. Can I keep her talking? Can I have it love the frame or great magicians are they? We want to say great magicians are they. Isn't Trick Grummery amazing? Especially like those two, Zack and Valent. I mean, they're just so magical. Aren't they, aren't they? Yeah, whenever I go to one of their shows, I'm like, whoa, magic, you know? Me too, me too. I love them, they're so cool. It's like magic, yeah. Alright, she's talking, not saying much, but it's a start. I saw them with Father the other day. They're being ceremony at the Grummery Museum of Magic. The Grummery Museum? They have one of those? Guess it makes sense now that they have their own commemorative stamp. So you've been to one of their shows? Just once when I was little, with Father. The Grummery's on stage, it was like a dream. Disappearing, reappearing, cutting apart, putting back together, they do it all. Yeah, maybe you can keep telling me stuff like this. You know about Zack and Valent, maybe? Sure. Right, better get her asking before she changes her mind. Now we can talk to her. Don't go outside much. I like to paint in here. Why don't you like the outside? There's bad people out there. Not true, but there are lots of good people too. Actually, I should tell you. She was almost kidnapped once. Kidnapped? Since then, she's been, well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house. I see. Wait, but that doesn't make sense. She said she went to the Grammary Museum. With you, in fact. Yes, actually, she was quite insistent on it, much to my surprise. That was the first and last time she expressed such a desire to me. The person gave me a good luck charm. A good luck charm? But I absolutely had to go outside. Yes, apparently she received something. A gift. From that client, actually. She won't tell me what it was. Father, I told you to keep that a secret. From that client, huh? This I have to hear about. Forgeries? So, your father tells me you're good at painting all sorts of things. I really like painting. A lot. Father is always very happy when I paint them exactly the same. So you did this too? Yes, that was my first job. Your first... All I used to do was paint, the same thing I saw. It was totally different. Pen slips in the way the writer held the pen and the pressure on the nib. I'd use a microscope and analyze it on the computer. She seems happy. Odd, her work was the last nail in the Grammary coffin. Just no one told her. Trick Grammary stamp. The best in the world! Oh, you mean Trick Grammary? Of course. Father gave it to me. Father? But I asked him about it. I didn't know how you got it. Guess I just took it. Yeah. Took it? Father got a letter from that person. That person? You mean that letter was from the client? Oh, we talked about the Grammarys forever that day. Sure, that's why I was sent that stamp. Didn't want to just send it back, so I took it. They're a sneaky one, this client. So they were trying to get on our good side. Camera said, updated, sent from the real client. And then finally the client. So you met the person that asked you to do this job. And you talked with them. What's this about a good luck charm you received? I can't talk about it. If I do, it won't work anymore. That's what I was told. Yeah, but I really, really have to know. Cyclops it is. I'll let you Cyclops. Right, time to do some psych unlocking. What do we need for this one? We want to present the nail polish and then present Gavin's profile, and then we talk to her for some more. Seem to trust this client quite a lot, in fact. Because I gave you this stamp. No, that's not why. Hey, listen to me. It's my problem. Problem that keeps her inside all the time? Don't go outside if you don't want to. That's what they told me. When I absolutely have to go out, all I had to do was use a good luck charm. Good luck charm that your client gave you. I think I know what your client might have given you, actually. Is this your good luck charm? This makes sense now as well because of the... Remember, when we saw Vera in the court in the present day with Apollo? She was using the nail polish, because we've seen that several times. So that's where that must be a reference as well. This.
Take that!
This is what they gave you, wasn't it? That bottle's over there on your desk. Good luck charm, right? I heard once. Cosmetics were once thought to ward off evil. This is a magic bottle. Has the power. Of course it does. Just refrain from commenting any more on that one. I think I know who gave you that bottle, actually. The one who asked you to do this job. Was this the client? The only person who had that bottle was, yeah, somehow. I'm not sure how we, how this is happening, but, somehow this has happened. This man is a friend of mine. Know him? His name is Christoph Gavin. Oh, thank you for, lurking. Thank you very much. Have a, good sleep. Thank you for stopping by. Continuing your support. I'll try and pop into your streams when I see them on. And raid when I can. His name is Christoph Gavin. He's a lawyer, actually. Promised. Promised not to tell. Alright. Now she'll tell us. Sorry, I can't talk about the client, I promise. If I break my promise, the spell won't work. Don't need to name anymore, I've got my answer. Pretty confident in this charm, then. I think they might be the devil. Or maybe an angel. What do you mean? I saw it. Or I think I saw it. When they gave me this. I saw the devil's face. You're saying the client's face looked like the devil's? No, the client was gentle with a gentle smile. So where'd you see this devil then? So quick, I don't remember well. That's when I knew that person wasn't like other people. That's why I believe in my good luck charm. Not sure what this devil she saw was. But it's pretty clear that Christoph Gavin has her charmed. I think that's all. I'll be leaving now. Sorry for what happened. I apologize to my clients at Grammary. Did I do something bad? What makes you think that? Your eyes, they're sad. Very sad. Put on my smile next time I come, promise. See you smile then. Too, Vera. Okay. Take care. I can get back to my first encounter with the young forger. Witnessed something of vital importance that day. Of course, by the time I realized it, it was already too late. Okay, 3 of the 7 years ago things are complete. Anything else over this side? No. Nothing yet. Alright, what is next? Where do we go next? We're going to the detention center. Okay. Last of the 7 years. So I guess this is the last of the 7, so what we're missing at the moment is Cyclops for, the secret that Shardy is keeping. And also, there's like 5 Cyclops on, Gavin for something, as well. So, detention center, last place of the 7 years. Seven years ago, detention center, visitor's room. What strange sight doth mine eyes behold? Excuse me? 2 men on either side of a single transparent pane. Yet it seems fickle fate has switched sides, so to speak. Forger of fakes walks freely. All the innocent languishes within these plexiglass confines. Being no proof that I forged anything. Nor proof that I took the life of my dear mentor. Yet these chains cannot hold me for long. The stage awaits. And what, may I ask, awaits you? A little piano and a cold little hole in the wall. Since you are here, what shall we discuss? The shooting of Magnify Grammar, for one. Who pulled that trigger, Valiant, or his partner, Zack? His partner vanished before the answer could be found. If you're gonna get any closer to the truth, this is the place to start. Okay, the faithful Troy. I have to hand it to my partner. He knows how to make an exit. That's talent. Yes, he made my attorney's badge disappear, and he never even touched it. The glorious spotlight always leaves someone weeping in the shadows. But his very disappearance is itself a revelation. Revealing what? It's like grammar could magnify. It's as good as a signed confession. Certainly public opinion's take on it. I grow tired of my cage. The time of my release is near. I must go and prepare. Planning on jumping back into the magic right away? As long as an audience awaits with bated breath, there will be Valiant, and also... Yes? Now that my partner has disappeared, Magnify's repertoire is mine! Valiant Grammary has a tradition to uphold! Is that true? Seen in this light, the trial was quite good to me, verdict or no. You can't pay for that kind of publicity. Blackmail. Suspicion on you hasn't lifted entirely, Valiant. Parole. You received one of those letters too. We're just as obligated to follow Magnify's instructions as your partner. So I was, but only Zack Grammary followed them. Let us not speak anymore of who shot what. Now that my partner has vanished, the question is moot. I'm more interested in learning something else, actually. What might that be? I don't know what Magnify had up his sleeve. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill him? The trick up his sleeve? Perhaps you do not know. Know what? The great magician never reveals his secrets. Okay, 4 Cyclops this time. I was expecting 5, being there, like, one right in the middle of where he is, but I didn't think it would be that easy. The audience was reigning forever in the audience. Everything that reflected the glow of the spotlight. Yeah, we're gonna have to do these, I think. Okay, so we want to present stage pistol, lockets, stamp. Flying by the seat of my pants on this one. Must be a path leading from the evidence to the truth. And that's what I'm going to find. Ask someone to take a life, even one not long for this world. It's asking someone to commit murder. Yes, our mentor was fond of dramatic moves and rank finales. He got his wish, his life was taken. What weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone to committing murder? I guess it was a matter of life or death. Care to explain? Your trip lived in a world of showmanship, the flashier the better. And flashy so often means danger, doesn't it? Let us make this as painless as possible. If you have proof of this danger, then show it. We're going to show the stage pistol.
Take that!
Why, that's one of ours! Specially designed for your show, I gather. Single bullet, one shot. What are you suggesting? We are magicians, Mr. Wright, not murderers. Crying murder, Mr. Valiant. Crying something far more tragic. An accident. Second Valiant's quick draw shoot him. How long has it been since those shots were last heard? Just shoot him cancer because someone might get hurt. Of course, what other reason could there be? Well, it could have been cancer because someone had already been hurt. Fascinating, my Faustian forging friend. Tell me, what can you prove with the single pistol? Well, tell me what would have happened if there had been an accident. What if one of your bullets took a life on stage? Performance of magic is not concerned with what-ifs. It's concerned with precision. Precisely whom did you claim we shot? Looks like I've chosen the right path. Let's just hope he walks it with me. Life was sacrificed that the show might go on. And this shows who it was. The only person that it could be is, yeah. Because, but that's Zach Grammer's wife, Trish's mother. Thalassa, I believe was her name. But how can you say this? How can you say she was struck by one of our bullets? Still in denial, eh? Thalassa was at the greatest risk of being shot, and this clearly shows just how much danger she was in. Is it this? Grammar's performances were very, very popular. So popular they even made a commemorative stamp at the height of your fame. We were not merely the latest craze, we were an age, a golden age. It's all here on this stamp. There's Thalassa, yes? Trish's mother is missing, I hear. What happened to her? I don't know! Part of his memory is still locked up. There's one thing you're failing to address. What's that? As you say, our trip was a world unto itself. Our leader, Magnifique, was so inclined he could hide anything he wished with ease. But Mr. Wright, then he would have hit a crime, making him an accomplice. What a great foundation for blackmail. That one's got a point. One of the troop members died in an accident, and Magnifique covered it up. His innocence would come into question. Found the right address, Mr. Wright? So close, there has to be something. But how Thalassa's death could affect Zack and Valent's relationship with Magnifique. I see in your eyes. You still have something to say. Could you possibly prove more than you already have? Prove why Thalassa's accident tied your hands out completely. Evidence, I think. Right, we say with a person, present Thalassa's profile. Then we are good for that. This is a really long segment, this part. It's going to take a little knowledge of the players to crack this one. Accidental death of Zack's wife tied both your hands. This information proves why Magnifique held so much power over you. It wasn't a question of who shot Thalassa. Thalassa herself was the problem. What do you mean? She was Zack Grammary's wife, Trish's mother, and Magnifique Grammary's only daughter. It's a terrific accident. Terrible accident. And two of you killed your mentor's only daughter. If that wasn't the key to Magnifique's power over you, I don't know what was. It was an accident! There's no proof, none at all! Thalassa went missing. And your mentor blackmailed both of his disciplines. Doesn't take a genius to put one and one together. Ours was a complex family. Trip Grammary. The master Magnifique Grammary, his only daughter, and his two disciples. Does sound like a recipe for disaster, doesn't it? It's not pretended to faulty flights of fancy. Yes, there was an accident. But that is all it was, an accident. Second Valence tour de force. The guns blaze, the bullets fly straight toward that beautiful body on stage. Then crash, zing, pow into everything but her. Now that is magic. Happened one day when we were practicing. Same trick with a new twist. And tragedy. But as for whose bullet stole Falas's life, we shall never know the answer. Falasa disappeared from our lives, and Zack was bereft of his wife. Trucy lost her mother, and Magnifi his daughter. But to blackmail, I take it. It's all part and parcel of the darkness that comes when the curtain falls. The darkness? Why did Magnifi Gramarye try to cover up the accident? It's his own daughter who died. All I can say is it was a critical time for Troop Gramarye. Passing up the torch from Magnifi to Zack and Valence. We all sacrificed so that it might be a success. Falasa's death was the greatest sacrifice of all. Yet, even when her life was extinguished, her presence was not. What do you mean? In time, we, myself, and Zack found we could no longer oppose Magnifi's wishes. Magnifi forced us to perform his art for his benefit. See, I guess I can understand. I mean, he did lose his only daughter. But do you not find cowardice in his actions? To decide to hide the truth of your own daughter's death is one thing. Then to hang that death as a guillotine above our heads? Things were dark behind the scenes in Troop Gramarye, that's for sure. It's Trucy now. She was not told, naturally. Who would want to know that their father might have taken their mother's life? True. I had not thought of that accident for a very long time. Sorry to dredge up old memories, but this has helped a lot. Have to find Magnifi's slayer, I should think. True. After that accident, there was one who came sniffing, quite persistently. Porter? Called himself a newsman at the time. Often I spied him lurking about the dressing room, doing his research. I happen to remember his name. What was his name? Sorry, I've forgotten. In the course of his interviewing, he became quite close to my partner, Zack. I liked him not. See. His name, I do not recall. He sent the cloying aroma of mint. Okay, so we know who it is. It's Broshel. Because of the mint lollies, candies or whatever they were. Yes, whenever he smiled, which was far too often. See, thanks for your help. It does no good to interfere with the past, Mr. Wright. You will not accomplish answers, only wounds. Sorry? I began to notice a dark curtain hanging over Troop Gramarye. I began to realize what I had to do. I had to protect Trucy from that darkness. The reporter he mentioned, the newsman, never learned who that was at the time. Though I've got a pretty good idea who it is now. That smile and that sickly sweet smell of mint. The last floss-thin thread connecting Zack Gramarye to this world. Sooner or later, I'd have to track him down. Okay, so that's all the present day of the 7 days stuff left. We just unlocked Drew Studio and Sunshine Coliseum, both on in the thing way, I should say. So yeah, now we need to go to the Drew Studio. So we need to go to Drew Studio, present Broshel with the locket, and then just talk the entire time. Yeah, so it looks like we're getting close to wrapping this up. Or at least I think we are, anyway. Good timing, just before we go into the next segment, which we've been doing for a while. So I need to change my mute button from space to something else. I keep interrupting my own introductions, but yeah, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. We're on the last case of the game. We're probably gonna be able to finish it today because it's really long. It's already been 5 hours and we're still not finished. Do a lot of platinum speedruns, reaction videos, speedruns, Switch games, all sorts of stuff like that. We've been on the last case for a while though, like 5 hours today, probably like 2-ish, 2.5-ish hours yesterday, so quite a long time. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in everyone. How was World War Z today? Did you get any further in it? Because I noticed that you were doing different maps, and I think it's like in episodes, isn't it? Where you get like it's almost like a story, I guess, but you get like it seems like a horde mode crossed with like a horde mode crossed with like multiplayer, and then you've got like your story elements as well. So hope that went well for you today. In the meantime, we're about to go and do some more investigation. We've figured out everything that's happened 7 years ago, so now we've got to figure out all the present day stuff. Whoa, what do we have here? Remember me? Of course I remember you. Journalist meets ex-attorney in bar, end quote. Can I ask what you're doing here? Mr. Masham was poisoning his daughters. Yes, I know. Oh, how I know, yes. It's caused me no end of grief, to be honest. Journalist wishes he'd tracked down case just a little quicker, end quote. We're on the trail of this case the whole time. It's like Grandmarie was a good friend. It's like she had something to that effect back at the Borscht Bowl Club. What a character, what a man. A little, no, a lot. No, extremely rough around the edges. Think I could ask you a few questions? Serious? I mean, I'm used to the interviewer, not interviewee. Journalists ask questions all the way around, end quote. Fine, shoot, I don't care. People have been asking me all sorts of things lately. I don't think there's anything else here to examine, but we may as well try to examine what's here. We'll just have to see how that goes. Let's examine everything. May as well. See if there's anything new around. There are a couple of things that look a little different. Can't examine the hidden painting. That's new. Might be something new around here. They're outside. The room might come walking in any moment if she wasn't in intensive care. Will she ever come through that door again, I wonder? This is where Mr. Masham fell. I thought our 7-year reunion would be quite like this. Wait, you know Mr. Masham? I met him once, in court. It was a brief meeting, but one I'll remember for the rest of my life. Now that's a story right there, that is. Smell a scoop. Ex-attorney now down in his luck, pianist, plays Sonata of Sorrow, end quote. I'm all ears. Let's have it. Don't hold anything back. Should we just get rid of the down in his luck part? Yeah, some of the things we can investigate, but other things we can't. Because, like, we investigated the painting earlier, it didn't come up. We investigated the cup, and it now doesn't come up. Can't do anything with the body. Where the body was. It's 3 paintings. All Drew's works, of course. I should say Vera's works, really. To be more precise, Vera's forgeries of someone else's work. Of course, you demand utter and total precision. So there's nothing more. I was about to say. Nothing here. See anything else? There has to be something similar, something new around here. Full of jars of painted pigments. Why are there so many jars of the same color? Guess they're sorted by age. Age? Making a forgery, it's important to match the age of the original, see? Paint compositions changed a lot over the years. She learned in journalism school. Journalist relies on writing skill and imagination, end quote. As long as you don't do the news stories by imagination. Either that or they just bought a lot of the same color by mistake. I find myself not caring anymore. Let's take a close look at that desk. See, even this is different. There's, the poison's not appearing on the, frame, picture anymore. Picture of a young Mr. Masham and a very young Vera. They're smiling, they look happy. Of course, now Mr. Masham's passed away. Vera's on death's doorstep in the hospital. So I'll do just, I guess I'll do what I can and hope it's enough. This frame looks even smaller sitting next to that photo. Just the right size for a commemorative stamp, indeed. A commemorative stamp put there by a daughter who killed her father. Sometimes life just sucks. Yeah, we can't examine the... I was gonna say, we couldn't examine the envelope again.
Objection!
Just have to do that when I see this pose. Can't believe it's been 7 years. Just stop torturing myself with these things. I know, I'll just pretend it's saying something else. Post office, why, it's right over there. Good day, sir. This envelope from the client who requested that forgery. Just think, if that had gotten lost in the mail, I'd still be wearing my attorney's badge. Can I go out? What else is there I still got to examine? Do this. There's no assortment of equipment to find in a painter studio. Of course, it makes more sense when you know they were making forgeries. I guess that's why they never took visitors here. Wouldn't really want people seeing all this. Yes, in fact, I was the first human being ever to set foot inside the studio. Other than Mr. Masham, of course. Oh, and Vera, too. This is assuming that I'm human, of course. Beginning to have my doubts. These characters are always so kooky and wacky with what they do. What else? Drafting table, probably for making detailed designs for forgeries. Know what I think about that? I'll tell you. Painting should be done freehand, no rules, no restrictions. Do you think a line drawn by a ruler is gonna move anyone? I smell a letter to the editor. Could you write an article with a ruler? End quote. Don't you want a ruler to write the address on the blackmail letter straight? That's what I think. Quote me on it too. Could drop this guy on a deserted island and he wouldn't get bored. I think I've done everything that's around this room. Like, I'm not seeing any... I wish there was a way to highlight the areas to know if you've missed something, but I don't think we're going to miss out on anything. Most of the stuff here is already, what is it called? We just got to present the locket, and then we just talk the rest of the way. But I think we're going to be solving 2 cases. We're going to have to... We've already been booted out. I think what's going to happen is we've already been booted out of the court in the past, so we can't return to the past and fix that, because the court session's already over, because our defendant fled, and we lost our license, so we can't go and redo that case. We have to go and, I guess, present the evidence in the present. Is probably the way to do it. That's probably how we work it out. Are you going to be getting more emotes, or are you just going to leave the ones that you have? Because I like the I like the emotes that you've been able to use. I guess you only get so many though when you've become affiliated. Maybe until you get to a certain point. So, Joshua, do you know this person? Do I know that person? Of course. He's friends with Zach, after all. He hit me a few times. 5 times, actually. Still, never forget his wife. Thalassa Gramarye? Magnifi Gramarye's only daughter. You think you could tell me more about her? Oh, why the heck not? Sure. Family of forgers. It's tragic what happened to Drew Sham and his daughter. Forgery is a serious crime and they pay the price. Know what really did him in though, don't you? Yes, a forged diary page. Not I interviewed him. Find out something about Mr. Masham I didn't know. What's that? You know, he's always felt like he was being watched. Every day for 7 years. Walls of ears, potatoes of eyes, end quote. Being watched? You mean he felt guilty? No, I'm not talking about feelings here. No, I felt watched too. Whole world I've been on this case, no less. Journalist gets tingling sensation on back of neck, freaks out, end quote. You felt guilty. Why would I feel guilty? You felt like you were being watched, huh? I wonder what it all means. Paranoia. I think you can only have 4 options on the screen at once. That probably explains why one replaced the other. Because there's no scroll down thing for it. Drew Masham felt like he was being watched. You along with him. Sure it wasn't just nerves? Nerves? No, it's nothing so mundane. Stopped paying attention to my nerves a long time ago. I found it too. Journalist sure is being watched, end quote. And you wonder why Zach Gramarye got rubbed out after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me? Completely vanishes from the courtroom. And for 7 years he talks to no one, not a soul. And just as the remaining time was almost up, he connects me in order to have this made. And then, he dies. Time to put the pieces together, are we? And you were being watched this whole time? Maybe not just me, maybe you were too. Me? Is that going right? It's like that case, actually. You mean the shooting of Magnifique Gramarye? No, before that. It's not widely known. You mean the accident? During the quick draw shoot-'em practice? My, you're well informed. Should have seen me back then. I dug up quite the scoop. On a roll. Money, fame, women, little puppy, all for me. I was younger then, and my days and nights smelled of fresher mint than they do now. Gramarye didn't mention one particularly nosy reporter. In fact, I was on close speaking terms with Magnifique Gramarye at the time. Knew his daughter too, of course. Thalassa, was it? Really? And Thalassa disappeared, quite suddenly at that. Magnifique wouldn't say a word about it. Yeah, my evil habit got the better of me. Journalist catches scent of a scoop, goes on feeding frenzy, end quote. Set up a one-on-one interview with Thalassa's husband, see? Zach Gramarye. Something strange was in the air over the Gramarye in those days. While screwy mentor controlling disciples seemed started by then, I'm guessing. Thalassa, she was part of it, alright. Come on, you can tell me off the record. Sorry, I don't know. Anyway, kept trying and eventually became friends with Zach. Sure, he punched me once or twice, 5 times. But over time, he came to see me as his confidant. Valiant Gramarye. Been waiting this whole time, 7 years, eh? Waiting? For his big comeback, of course. Big revival of the Magnifique miracle. Of course, it was all a dream. Because of this? Performance rates. In the absence of any official documents, it was golden. It's to say the old man didn't give his rights to buy the second Valiant. So Valiant waited until Zack died, legally at least. Time finally comes and Valiant's like a kid on Christmas morning. He's getting ready for his show at the Sunshine Coliseum, you know. That document says the legal light of day. Gonna put a big, it's going to put a bit of a damp on the big show. Sorry I won that Valiant Gramarye. I'll set it to his partner at work and in love too. Love? Same old story, really. 2 disciples and the mentor's only daughter. But it's 3 sides and all on pointy, a love triangle. That is pretty classic. when you're in a performing troupe, it's your world. It's like family. One with an entire high school's worth of drama, intrigue, and backstabbing. In the middle of all this, Thalassa had Trucy. And then she dies. I need to find out more about this Thalassa. Sure. Ask you about this. So, Thalassa married Zack and had Trudy, see? It's a second marriage, actually. I mean, she was divorced? I hadn't heard this one before. Not quite. Her late husband was a performer, too. Apparently he died during some gig. Tragic, really. They'd only been married 1 year. Didn't know. Oh, she was a beauty. Still carry a portrait photo of her around, you know? Yeah, that's definitely... we've seen this character. She's alive. Because we saw her in the third case. It was the one who was performing the magic on the stage, Lemuroy. That's definitely her. The hair is exactly the same. I'm sure if I saw a photo of her, like compare the pair, like that would actually like yeah, be the same. What's a better deal, really? Got you for family after all. What do you mean? It's reminiscent, you know? Thalassa has another child besides Trucy, end quote. What? But Trucy said she was an only child. Ah, yes, this one she had with her previous husband. The previous husband? First husband who died during a performance. Yep, they had themselves a kid. Another orphan now. Another one who slipped through the cracks. No idea where they are now. Plus, had another child? You think I could borrow that photo? Sure, I can be generous on occasion, you know? Thalassa's portrait added to the court record. Photo of a young Thalassa, Trucy's mother. Why don't you just lock it any... Really, we're just getting rid of the locket? I guess. I guess we'll just get rid of it, fine. If that's what we're gonna be doing. If we're gonna be getting rid of it, we're getting rid of it, I guess. I want to check the thing. Better return to Trucy before I forget. People on events all get tangled together and get bigger and bigger. Bigger is not a... bigger is not a word. You just say bigger and bigger. Bigger is... There's no such word as bigger. You're adding an extra ER on the end when you don't need to. It's just say big or bigger. Never say bigger. There's no such word. Don't you think? Too busy wondering about bigger to listen to what you were saying. Sometimes you just gotta accept that you won't be able to untangle it all, I think. Maybe so, but still. I have to do what I can. I have to tell what I find to those who come next. Next, you say? But the one who will close the curtain on this little plate. Apparently that's not my role anymore. Make the feed. Just wondering what Make the Feed would think of all this. What do you mean? Haven't you seen it? Haven't you seen it in Trucy? He's got his power. You mean how I can't lie to Trucy? It's the same with Make the Feed. With his daughter, Thalassa. It's a strange thing. You think it's some Gramarye gene? Make the Feed told me once back when Zack married Thalassa. He said Zack had good eyes. They're not good like a Gramarye's eyes. Not that good. I wonder if Zack ever played a game of poker with his wife. Who knows what the Gramarye's secret was? Maybe nobody, now that Zack's gone. Zack Gramarye. Plot has finally begun to reveal itself. It spread from a warp in the Gramarye fabric and grew, swallowing everything. Wrapping itself around the Gramarye's power. Power which passed from Make the Feed Gramarye to Thalassa to the next generation. I would once again need to meet. The one who bridged it all together. This just feels like and the plot thickens the story. Like the actual like all these segments tying everything together from present day to the 7-year case. Essentially, the best way to put all this is and the plot thickens. I guess we're going to Sunshine Coliseum next. Or actually, no, we're going to the Borscht Club next. So we know that thing is when we have a ticket next to this area, that means that we have completed already the we've completed the area. So now we're gonna go to the Borscht Bowl Club again. We need to break Shardy's psych lock here. To know more about this power of Trucy's. It's like she can see right into people's minds. First time I saw her do it, blew mine. After you were done having your minds blown, you took her to play cards with you. Gotta use the resources at hand, I always say. Yet I myself have no such power. Trucy does. Why's that? Maybe Trucy got her power from her mother. Thalassa Grandma. We'll not speak of that. Thalassa is officially missing, correct? I think I know why you don't want to talk about her. So we now know that Thalassa was killed by... Thalassa was killed in a magic accident between Zack and Valent, and we know that she died during that particular instance. So we can present one of these. Doesn't really matter which one. We just need to provide evidence to say, hey, this happened. And she was shot. 3 of you were a team once. Not that the entire country doesn't already know this. And your peak, you were the biggest stars around. But there's another story behind the fame, one that not many know. Thalassa lost her life during rehearsal. So you and Valent got Maria's bullets. It was an accident. It wasn't me. How could I shoot my dear Thalassa? Sure, Valent would say the same thing. Why, it's just like another murder I might mention. Damn you. Her eyes, I love Thalassa's eyes. To think they could read my mind was frightening. Yet there was a warmth in them that felt like an embrace. She is dead. Magnifica Maria joined her. So the only one with her power left now is Trucy. Mr. Zack? I do not know. Don't need any power to see through that one, buddy. So there's someone else. Someone other than Trucy. Someone who inherited Thalassa's power. How would I know? Chances are slim. It would take a miracle to learn the truth. Or maybe one has already occurred. There is someone else with the power, and I know who. So, Trucy has the power to be able to not be able to... Trucy has the power to be able to read people's, like, minds, be able to tell if they're lying or not. So, the only people who have that kind of power that I can think of at the moment that are still alive, obviously, it can't be Vera. Not you either. You, we've only just met, so no. Thalassa has died. Magnifi has died. You've died. It's not you because of the thing. Trucy already has the power. Shardy died, and then the only person it can be is Apollo. I did find this strange. I found this strange that Apollo's profile was in here from the start because it had no. There was no references or anything to him even needing to be here. So I'm a little confused about that. About why he was in this list and then now he's here. So, I guess the only logical explanation would be it has to be Apollo, right? Because no one else in this group of people has exhibited powers to be able to thing. And Apollo's power works differently to Trucy's. But he can still perceive when people are lying. That's why the bracelet works the way that it does. Because, the bracelet sees their nervous twitch when they're not telling the truth, and he reacts to that. So, that has to be Apollo. So that means that Apollo and Trucy are siblings. Or at least half-siblings.
Take that!
This boy. His name is... I forgot. Something weird. Who could he be? An attorney. Attorney? I noticed him when I went to visit a friend's law office. So what are we to make of this, oh great ex-attorney? You can show me pictures of strange boys all you like. You could at least say something like, I'm this boy. Could use a laugh. Perhaps you wouldn't laugh if you knew the facts. This might not be 100% proof, but it's close. It's a link between this boy and Thalassa. Actually, it's more of a ring. He had the bracelet. A ring? Perhaps this will refresh your memory. Just so happen to have evidence showing this missing link. What have we got? What was the evidence for? It was, that's not that. It was probably this. Is it the portrait? Is it the portrait? Yeah, it was the portrait. For some reason I was thinking it was something else.
Take that!
Because this would be the proof that we would need. Yeah. The marriage to Thalassa was her second. How did you know this? First husband, he died a year after they were wed, yes? He's a performer. They met when he joined us Grummaries as a guest in our show. After Thalassa wed him, she left the troupe for a while. You say she had a child then? I have a photograph of her here. Couldn't help notice what she was wearing when oh, right, this is what the proof was. That was what I was trying to say. The proof is that the bracelet, that she's wearing right now, Apollo has one of these bracelets. And so this bracelet that Apollo has, when somebody is lying, or they show off like a twitch, like a nervous twitch or something, his bracelet reacts similar to how the Magatama reacts with Phoenix, and it tells everyone when someone is lying. So by telling someone when they're lying, we get that would explain the thing. So those bracelets stand out. They are a Grummarie family heirloom. This boy. So what's happened is Apollo is, because if I look at the actual ages, right? Apollo is 22, Trucy is 15, so there's 7 years difference between both Apollo and Trucy. Apollo is the son of Thalassa and her first husband, and then Trucy is the daughter of Thalassa and Zack. There's a bracelet just like the one in the picture, so that makes them, I believe, half-siblings, because they both share the same mother but different fathers. So that's why. Why what, Mr. Zack? Took this photograph of Thalassa before she left us. When she returned, she wore only one bracelet. But I don't know where the other one went. She gave it to this boy, her son. Okay, that broke both of them. So I think now we just do talking, right? We just talk the entire way. Talk the entire way, and then we just go to the present day. Alright, let's find out what the actual secret is. So, keep going. Strange power. I myself do not know from where it comes. The fact is that it's passed down the Grummarie line. It runs in their veins. What is it? I asked her, Thalassa once. This is what she told me. Power responds to tension in others. Tension? If she were to face a person and they became tense even slightly, then she would know, no matter how hard they tried to hide it from her. So she could see it. Not quite. This is the strangest part of it all. She wouldn't realize that she was subconsciously detecting this tension without the use of a particular object, or in this case, objects. Objects? Wait, were they something she wore? Yes, her bracelet. The first time I saw one of those, I felt there was more to it than just fashion. What kind of power could a bracelet have? Made a decision. Tell you all I know. Consider it a gift. Oh, now you're going to tell us everything. Right, so we asked him a bunch of questions earlier, and then we got psych-locked about the secret, and then we came back here, unraveled the secret, and then now we can ask even more questions. So it was going to happen the way that it was going to happen this way, one way or another. Well, I hardly need you to tell me at this point, but, those two? A brother and sister, yes. The brother, too, has his power of theirs. So Trilogy has an older brother. I wonder what will come of that. Mr. Wright, tonight after our game is done, I will return to a life of hiding. Would not see her live her life without knowing. I understand. I'll tell the two of them when the time is right. I'm in your debt, once again. No kidding. What I want to know is how all this got to be so messed up. The bracelets. I haven't been paying attention either. I should probably check to see, the next time we see Truce's model, see if she's wearing one of the bracelets, because that would actually explain how she has the powers that she does. That would actually make sense. Bracelets are made of a special alloy. It's said to expand and shrink very slightly in response to body warmth. So they're temperature sensitive or something. Yes. This is how they can shrink to the exact size of their wearer's wrist. This has something to do with the power. What have I told you? Gramarye power reacts to tension in others. When a Gramarye senses tension, they too become tense. And this tension translates into minute contractions of the muscles. So minute they cannot sense it on their own. Their muscles? Oh, so that's what the bracelets are for. The bracelet on, one can sense those contradictions. Or contractions, I should say. Because the bracelet is always perfectly fit. So when the person they're watching gets tense, the bracelet feels tighter on their wrist. Precisely. That alone doesn't really count as mind reading. But you understand how the process works from here. Simple question of eyesight. Eyesight? Guess that sounds simple enough. Sure. Heard of kinetic vision. Something about the ability to see moving objects with full clarity, right? Heard of it before. They say athletes can see a moving ball like it was stopped if they focus. Oh, but it's not confined to sports alone. All relies on the ability to focus. When we focus, we can see many things. The faintest twitch of the face, and the meaning that lies behind it. Therein lies one of the secrets of magic. One must know the mind of a crowd before one may distract it. So basically what you're saying is... Gramaryes can see really well. For them, seeing is more than believing. It is knowing. Power relies on eyesight combined with exceptional focus. It's starting to come to focus for me too. Of course, it is different to maintain such levels of focus for any length of time. What if someone could tell you when to focus? Or something. Precisely. Wait, Trilogy doesn't have any bracelets? Yeah, that was what I was about to say. She doesn't. I also should check to see if Lamoroya also had bracelets, because I don't remember seeing those either. There's a chance that she could, but I'm not entirely sure. Talking about poker, yes? Timing of when to focus is so elementary, she probably does it without thinking. Doubt Trilogy herself has realized this. That is all I know of things Gramarye. Thank you, Mr. Zack. this boy's bracelet is the real thing, then he will use it before long, thereby awakening his power. Keep that in mind. Now, shall we play a game? Said so much. Let us say one more thing. Tell you of that night. That night? The night my mentor, Magnifique Grummery, passed from this world to the next. There were 2 pistols and 2 letters sent. This was Magnifique's test. Test? These last years, Magnifique Grummery worked us to the bone, no to the pain. But that night, I could not shoot it. So I shot the clown's forehead instead. This, it seems, was the correct answer. Take this and give my art to you, Zack. What? Just thanks for playing along with my show. You shot it well tonight, Zack. Though I would not have minded dying by your hand. Could I shoot you? You're my mentor. Bah, I thought you might say that. If I went home without shooting anybody, what would you have done there? Then of course, I would have given Valent his chance. And if I had shot you in the forehead instead, then it would be over. If you or Valent were to shoot me in the head, then I, to the darkness would go, and my art with me. Fitting in, don't you think? Yet this ending, too, gives me no cause for regret. I thank you, Zack. I'm sorry. I've done much that was wrong in my day. I love the, SpongeBob, I didn't realize Al had so many, all of his emotes are SpongeBob related. I think you put a, there was a SpongeGob one that was in there as well, I remember. It seems to me that Magnifique wanted you to be a successor all along. So by the time he gave you was earlier than Valent's. Perhaps. It's not something we will ever know for sure now. Wonder, what is Valent up to these days? Waiting for you to die. 7 years pass like this, the performance rights go to him. Now here I am, and his dream has ended. It's worse than that, actually. Public opinion's a fickle thing, you know. You don't mean to tell me they put the blame for our mental's death on him. Trial ended when you vanished, Mr. Zack. There were even rumors that Valent had helped you pull it off. But that's madness. Well, it seems that before I can once again disappear from this world, I have one more act to perform. Isn't it odd that sorting out my life should prove so complicated? Even though I'm dead. That night, Zack Grummery was killed. He died as Shady Smith, a mysterious traveler with a secret past. But he left one thing behind before he parted. This. To whom it may concern, 7 years past, I, Zack Grummery, murdered my mentor, Magnifique Grummery. Apologize for the trouble caused by my sudden departure from court and hereby confess to my crime, Zack Grummery. This confession to use as I saw fit. Of course, he killed no one. This was his way of tying up loose ends with his old partner, Valent Grummery. Zack's confession entered the court record, confession to the slaying of Magnifique Grummery. Alright, so now we go to the, now that's done. So this is going to be the hardest one to break, I think. Just purely because we're going to need to have, how many things we're going to need to have? We need to have, 5 Cyclops, so I'm assuming we need to have all of the evidence possible before we can even go there. So that's definitely going to, add up, so we'll go to the Colosseum first. few Magatama things to do before we go talking. Present day, Sunshine Coliseum. Well, this is a blast from the distant past. Long time no see, Mr. Valiant. 7 years has it been. Frankly, I didn't think I'd ever see you again. Actually, I came because there's something I want to ask you. Spoken to the press, I have nothing more to say. I've spoken to a lot of people myself, come to some conclusions. Then I realized I needed to hear it from you. Let's examine the area first. We haven't been back here in a long time. Yeah, there's no way that I'll finish this entire case today, so that means at least I'll have a lengthy time to be able to do it for the next stream. Which will be like the official end of the first game anyway. I don't think I've ever seen a hot air balloon so close. It's a favourite of mine. I've often thought of how to use it in one of my shows. Perhaps for the climax of Valent's quick draw shoot 'em returns. Stand on stage, I shoot, and the hot air balloon is pierced. It explodes. What do you think? Thrilling, yes? Little, I guess. No one inside the Coliseum will be able to see it. Bravo! Took me 4 days of planning to realize that. Man in a costume is handing out balloons to the kids. It's nice to know kids still like balloons somehow. Favorite of mine, balloon sellers, that is. They would have them join me on the big stage. They would hand out balloons to the children in the audience. Wouldn't all those balloons get in the way of seeing your show? Bravo! Because this possibly had not even occurred to me. Phoenix Wright Entertainment Consultants. I mean, we are in the talent agency, so... Sunshine Coliseum, was it? Sure, it actually qualifies as a Coliseum, but it's a great forum. Yes, it is a favorite of mine. I've always been fond of Sunshine. Speaking of which, you heard what happened here recently? Oh yeah, something about something going on during some concert. Exactamundo! See no reason to hide the fact that I, too, was involved in that case. Well, that's something. Did you help solve it? What do you take me for? No, I merely served to deepen the mystery. That's obstruction of justice. I'm a magician. It's my sworn duty to create mystery whenever possible. Sure, it's a big sign. It's a favorite of mine. Impressive, isn't it? So using it for one of my, for one wall of my house when the show's over. Well, your house is that big? Actually, as fate would have it, I currently live in a one-room apartment. But following the wild success of my show, I intend to build a luxurious mansion. Just don't know just how big to make it. So that sign whispered the answer to me. It's really beautiful. I think I just have to... Yeah, it's just the Cyclops. Try and talk to him to get the Cyclops going, and then, We didn't check the evidence either, did we? No. I don't think I can check any further evidence anyway, so... Well, difficult road these past 7 years. Could you come perform Magnifi's repertoire? Do not be deceived. Valent's skill is the real deal. Do not require my mentor's hand-me-downs. No, it was my partner who slowed me on my way. Zach Gramarye? His rather well performance disappearing act 7 years ago was the end. Or so I thought. Zach Gramarye murdered our mentor and fled to escape punishment for his crime. You said something to that effect 7 years ago, didn't you? I remember it as it were only yesterday. Yep, that was not the way of it, in the end. While he vanished, suspicions upon my own person never did. His partner, Zach, vanished to protect him. That's what those feeding magpies of a press said. No idea. That very same press comes to me now, feigning interest. They cover the greatest magic show in history, as if it were a vaudevillian distraction. Here must I stand, smiling at them all. What am I, if not a player in some fiendish farce? Might I suggest it's because you have never made it clear what happened? McAfee's death is still a mystery to this day. Which is why I came here to get the answer from you. Yep, there's the sidewalk. You won't be seeing these sooner or later. The audience has no business stepping onto the stage. They must be content to sit and stare at the spotlight. It sounds an awful lot like I've heard something I've heard 7 years ago. Right, use the Megatama. Okay, McAfee's death. Ask what you will, you'll get nothing from me. I'm as much a part of this affair as you are now. I have to know what happened. For 7 long years I have endured. Now finally, the curtain lifts on my new golden age. All the miracles of our troupe within my grasp. Sorry to do this, Valiant, but right now I need answers. I think I'll start by dropping a bomb that should shake things up. Valiant wouldn't be so sure about those miracles. Not as long as I have this. We have the, transfer of rights. So he thinks that what's going to happen is when the 7 years is up, that he's going to get the rights to the, repertoire of the Grummery tricks, but he's not. So, we have this to provide him.
Take that!
And what might that be? I see it bears the Grummery seal. Should have brought this to your attention sooner. I didn't imagine you'd be planning your comeback quite so fast. What is this? Document showing the true recipient of the performance rights to McAfee's miracles. What? Zach Grummery? He wrote this? He possibly into his daughter? Trucy Enigma. Actually, she's officially my daughter these days. Preposterous! Zach is gone! Vanished into the void! This is the genuine article. Zach was alive when he wrote this. Both myself and the notary can testify to this. Why does fate toy with me so? Why must my life be lived in thrall to the dead? You're not the only one with that problem. But he shot McAfee. Yes, it was Zach. It was. Then he left. My career as a magician fell into darkness. Do you think there might be some way out of it? Say, if you could prove Zach Grummery shot McAfee, is that why you testify? Yes, my way out. Should have been my way out. Well, it might not be too late, Mr. Vellum. All you need is a way to prove your case. We really killed McAfee Grummery. We have the confession that says that he did. Well, that, Zach did. Believe I have the answer to your prayers right here. It's like Grummery write one more thing before passing on. But this is a confession! In which he admits to the killing of McAfee Grummery. See, all according to your plan. I am a magician by trade. Deception is my life's work. I fool the audience, give them a fleeting dream. But it seems the tables have turned. Now I am the audience, believing the deceptions I have wrought upon myself. Zach wrote this right in front of me. After I explained your situation to him. You do know that this confession is nothing but lies. Yes, it's my opinion that Zach Grummery killed no one. Then you must be thinking the truth is a simple matter of elimination. Two have received instructions to kill, but if one is innocent, then the other who remains is guilty. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. So he vanished to protect me, his partner. Stirring tale, 'tis true. Did you shoot McAfee Grummery in the forehead? If I had, and I told you, what would you do? Run to the police, perchance? Do as you will, there is nothing left for me now. true after all. I have little talent. I needed my mentor Magnafie's repertoire. It was as if a demon grabbed, a little demon grabbed hold of me. I knew it. So Valiant Grummery did kill the great Magnafie. So sorry, Mr. Wright, but it was not I who shot my mentor. But if it wasn't you, then who was it? It wasn't another disciple, was there? Another disciple, such as... I don't know. Knackin' Talent Grammary, maybe? Your wild fancies couldn't be further from the truth. Only Zack and Valiant received those threatening letters. But there was another. One more person could have fired that pistol that night. I don't suppose you figured it out by now. It wasn't Zack or Valiant who shot Magnafie. And it had to be the only other person at the scene, which means... Wait, you don't mean... Yes, the great Magnafie Grammary himself. I'm not sure how this is gonna work, because let's say that he did, right? How was the gun... unless someone else placed the gun differently. That's the only way that you'd be able to get around it, I think. So Magnafie Grammary committed suicide? I find it hard to believe. To be honest, I hadn't even imagined it as a possibility. When I arrived that night, the old man was still alive. He appeared to be asleep. I could not shoot him. When I turned to maid to leave the room, the old man called out to me. So he spoke with Magnafie Grammary. Yes, and this is why I knew what he had done. Magnafie transferred the rights to his repertoire to my partner, Zack Grammary, not me. I see. And I guess I owe you an apology. I always thought you were the one who did it. You owe me no apology. My crime was, in a way, more serious than that of murder. The crime? Is Valiant Grummery confessing something to me? Could be more serious than murder. You see, I knew that 2 letters had been sent. There are no secrets between partners. It was easy to find out. That was when I understood Magnafie's plan. He wanted to die by one of your hands. Little did I expect that it had anything to do with the rights to his repertoire. That was when I heard it. The little demon whispering inside my heart. The demon? Let me confess, I had intended to shoot Magnafie. And I planned on framing my partner for the crime. That night, I prepared something before going to Magnafie's hospital room. Which was... IV fluid, of course. I'd seen it on an earlier visit. If Zack did not shoot, I would do the deed. Then I would use the IV liquid to place the murder on his hands. That was my plan. But he didn't shoot. I could not. The demon in my heart fled when the moment came, but then Magnafie called back. I am sorry, Valance. I'm giving my magic to Zack, not you. You still lack the draw he has. Please, help him if you can. I left the room! And then I stopped. The shock of what I had just been told consumed me. It's when I heard that fateful gunshot. Magnafie Grammary killing himself? Then the demon awoke anew within me. Zack killed him. He was the one. Frame him, and the magic will be yours. I opened the scene of his suicide. Pistol from his hand, wiped off the print. Then I used the syringe to add the IV liquid I brought. So in the end, things happened pretty much as planned. If he died, and he framed Zack for his murder. planned indeed. Of course, the outcome was somewhat different than I had anticipated. Oh, what do you think? Do you believe my story? Can it be believed, truly? That was 7 years ago. Don't know what to believe, but... glad I heard it from you, Mr. Valen. Thank you. Yes, I should be thanking you, Mr. Wright. Only when I had lost everything could I make my decision. Going to turn yourself in? My partner may have vanished, but not so my guilt. As my guilt stays, all else begins to leave me. My friends, my performance rights, my magic. Stretch. I think this might be a good point for me to stop today. It's been going nearly 6 hours. Yeah, there's no way that I can finish the. I can save the game at any point in time, but there's no. What was I going to say? There's no way that I can finish the case today, considering I think we've still got to unravel. We've got to reveal what happened specifically with the murder in the court, as well as figure out who's done the murdering for the other's case. So I feel like there's still 2 case parts still to do. And this has taken quite some time. So we're still going, but we'll get there at some point. But that means the next part of this should be the end of the case and the end of the thing. So we're doing pretty well, though. Again, we didn't really get introduced to any new characters from yesterday. We already have all that stuff as well. No new, the Mason system thing is interesting. It seems like, it's basically just there to say, hey, here's, like, we've got past events from 7 years ago that are going to unravel events from the future, and then that's what we're doing at the moment. Also, we've got the, what is it called? We have the, once we unraveled everything in the past, we started using the stuff to make a Tama. So I did like that we have all that now going. We're still a fair ways away from completing the game, I think, so I definitely don't want to make this go too long. Also, we, again, the music seems to pick up a lot more now. Clavier in the actual prosecution sections was doing more of the guitar riffs, which was usually a tell that they are doing something different with them, at least. Story-wise, it's very interesting, though. So we've got all of the cases from the past have somehow tied themselves back, and we're learning about Christoph is still in prison. That there's some sort of connection between them. You know, all the stuff with Shardy, we've just come out with now. All the Grammary stuff, we know now that Apollo is related to. We now know that Apollo is related to the magicians and him and Trucy are half sisters. Shardy, we know what that Shardy killed thing. Oh, he did the confession. He did a few other things. We know about the rights being changed. All the stuff with the forgery that we know about as well. Magnifi killed himself because they both realized what they were doing. We realized what happened with Thalassa, who looks very much like Lamoureux somehow, so she survived. We went back and spoke with Meekins and Brushall and a few other things as well. Basically, a lot of the stuff that's combined, like, we figured out what happened 7 years ago. So the whole 7 years ago trial was, you know, Zack fled the crime scene. We got framed for forging evidence. And then we're getting all the information coming from here with all the other characters that are doing what's happening with them. So, like, obviously, Christoph's going to be involved somehow because of, I think, of the nail polish stuff. And then, obviously, Zack's dead, so we can't really do anything about that. Truce is going to probably have to find out about Apollo. But hearing about what Grammary was planning on killing there, but obviously hasn't. He's going to probably try and do something to get the rights, maybe. We found out that Masham was a fake forger and that his daughter was forging everything. She fainted during the court and subside atroquinine poisoning as well. So that's also happened. Magnifi's, obviously, all of his case, it was happening too. And then Thalassa is apparently died, but then she's somehow still alive, and she gave the bracelet to thing as well. And then we had a few other characters that we met along the way too, so I don't really know if there's anything else I would want to talk about. We should definitely be able to finish this tomorrow if I'm streaming, or if not, then whenever I do stream. Should make sure I save this first, because we've been at this for a while. And I definitely don't think I can finish the game tonight, so... I think that'll be a good point for me to end stream for today. So, with all that being said, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Every like, comment, and subscription for this video gets subscribed to compilation. Helps about my content, feel episode content more accessible to find. I upload all my past Plat racks as well as Let's Plays and Let's Plays to the YouTube channel. Right now, I still can't link anything to YouTube via... can't link anything to YouTube via the description box because I gotta wait for 2 months for YouTube to fix their problem or whatever they are gonna do, so I'll do that at some point. Also, I have to figure out what's going on with that as well. Also have the games list that I'm working on with all the upcoming games that we've got to buy, DLCs to buy, games to buy as well. That we already have, DLCs for things like that. All the games I've played in stream, all the organized playlists, all the speedrun stuff as well. I'll probably add some more stuff to there later when I get to affiliate, see what happens there. Also, working on Plat by Pass segments games we have the Platinum Trophy for, as well as switching things up like games on the Switch, along more trying to speedruns, Godara speedruns, Pokemon also actually doing those. The Live Alive speedrun stuff is all ready to go. I just need to find some time to do those. Also, the what is it? The Live Alive, the Persona Attacker stuff as well. I have to. I'm doing a practice run for that, and then we'll have time for that too. And I've done the first of the 8 Travelers in terms of Octopath Traveler individual level speedruns. I'm probably going to just leave it as Kate or just as one route and figure it out from there and see how that goes. Also, yeah, one of them's done, and then I've got to actually do test runs for those as well. So look forward to those. I'll upload everything to my YouTube channel because I have a 7-day limitation on my videos before the permits leave. I want to be a separate place for everyone to find my content. But to do so, you also get a notification of when I go live on YouTube. Follow my Twitch at 200 followers. I'll be doing live challenge speedruns, so it's going to be 0 kills ninja, 100 kills ninja, and probably the all-set boss rush, unless there's something else that I want to try and do. And we also reach affiliate, which means I get my position as well. Get to make a bunch of subscriber emotes and incentives to support me in the channel going forward in the future. Also get 7 days to upload for my videos as well. You also get a notification when I go live watching on Twitch. Follow me on Twitter to be notified when I go live. I'm on Discord. I will send you an invite to my friends' Discord server. Close to 2,000 members still going strong. Paradox and gamers to discuss that as well. I'm very active there. You just get a notification when I go live on there as well. And finally, you should know who created my stream overlay that I use for all my content going forward. You can find a link down below in the description for that as well. So as always, before we get out of here, I will see if there's anyone online who can raid. I do take raid requests if anyone has any, otherwise I'll just see if there's anyone that I'm following at the moment that's still streaming, and if they're trying to help them out a bit, if they get into affiliate or not, or I might just find someone who's playing something I'm interested in, so let's just have a look and see who's online. Really, no one's online. No one that I'm following is online right now. Let's see. I don't know if I would want to do Star Wars Outlaws, to be honest. Just because I haven't actually, You know what, is there anyone actually playing this game right now? Let's see, is anyone online playing this? Let's see if there's anyone playing this. I've got the most viewers right now. I have the most viewers at the moment. I have the most viewers on this game at the moment, so I'm going to pass you over to someone else who's also playing this. Let me just, like, actually click on the stream, please. They're actually playing. They're actually playing the second one, I believe. So I'll send you over to them. We haven't played this one yet, but we will get around to that anyway. I'm not really too fussed about spoilers in the first place, but I will send everyone over to them. They are doing some. I think they're playing the second game, so I will send you over to them instead. Maybe. Okay, let me just make sure this works. Should work, so. Yeah, do that. Should work. With all that being said, I wish day night to reveal art, and I will see you later. And also, thank you everyone for watching. I completely forgot to do that. I don't know why I